This week on Bloggers Forum.
My name song that Abia Celestine Donko is going to pick or debate picture against Dana Hamilton, but I feel three music is like that. They always want to have like some balance.
What I'm saying is that there is every spot for gospel ni or artist of the year. And you were Juma and a Bekasa at the amount.
If you look at VGM, okay, omono paper to paper. Why hit it? You found But three music try to give opportunities to other artists who are less recognized, or less alternative categories. Really? Some artists be without even 10K views. They are inside the alternative category in the three music award.
Masa, and your YouTube views and the short list you. And I think I ain't na yen back meeting. No. Now, so if we have your data,
more person the nomination process as here, you should come to me.
Please, you are not an authority now.
I'm not an authority.
I beg you.
No, but
no. You cannot. No. You cannot tell us that if you want to understand the nomination process. We are not.
It starts with me.
It starts with you.
As what?
In what capacity?
Say a former.
Why should we go to a former who is ready to
go?
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday.
Many family members believe that their children are a blessing from God. African culture values love and connection.
Weeks after parting ways with Milovan, after Ghana's disappointing campaign in the 2021 AFCON, the GFA have appointed a 4-man task force to lead the team as we prepare for the FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Otuado is going to lead the team as the head coach, Chris Hilton as the technical advisor, with both Didi Dramani and George Boateng acting as the two assistant coaches of the Black Stars. Can they do it and qualify the team to Qatar? We table this for a discussion on today's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are at Spana Junction here in Accra to interact with football fans for super answers on the show. Can they do it and beat Nigeria? Follow me as I get some answers on the streets of Accra. All right, so we're here again on the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are talking about the appointment of Chris Hilton and Otuado as the new technical leaders of the Black Stars. We are here to find out from Ghanaian fans whether these two individuals, in addition with George Boateng and Didi Dramani, can qualify the Black Stars to the 2022 FIFA World Cup. GhanaWeb TV.
Oh, only I'm a deal so.
Brana, you do common AFCON, Ghana, a coin, a few months, a woman.
Oh, I said I know I want to be asa. Because Ghana more than AFCON, Nenye, and to nobody there is some umbra that moment. You're quite cranky into me, good baby. All
right, Sisia, and penny for Apame Milu, send more form, Omakofa, Otuado, any George Boateng, Didi Dramani. Assistant and Omafa Ura your friend Chris Hilton, so number technical advisor. Sam penny for 9 zombe to me I Juman the Ghana call Capana.
Ah, sir, and penny for Yakofa, Mufri Ghana, Hayana Mufri, different countries.
Chris Hilton, there, Papa, Ghana, nearby your own or UK. Otuado, so your own or Abroche, then so a ball. kakra Emma Ghana 2006.
Oh, okay. It is a me I say yeah, omunyina Ghana for.
Yeah, in a way.
Oh, okay. Oh, any good. Ebi ombeti mi e de Ghana akọ manu kakra. By one thing I mean say ebi omunye Ghana for the ananka nse se omunko for mo. Na ye metua omuka because ye oni power Ghana. Nipa na akọfa ni free sa bloche so ombe coach no. Sa nipa na ebenya bi o Ghana ama na timi akochi. It say okọfa obi free bloche ba e so ombe coach na ebi a onfa Ghana nkoje we. Meanwhile, nipa na Ghana no onso betimi de yenso yakoye ni. Enye sa coach ni na yebebo match ni de buy. Ebia ne experience bia wo no ebetimi abo a me doubt bibia me hu ni say e cool. Ba ye bompa say World Cup no betimi a ore omombo mo mo de say de ye betimi ayere akoye ni.
Okay, last one former GFA chairman and House of Folk board member Dr. Nyawota Maklo. Also no de nke no a or economical and common far air scientific coach Dr. Prosperity maninye adwuma no no adwana.
Oh, menene yadwin bebre because I know dey na wo Ghana haya tinka be ya onko coachi wo menene yadwin pa.
All right, so he believes that the two individuals, so far as they have Ghanaian descent, he doesn't have a problem with it, but he would have opted for GFA to choose somebody who stays in Ghana, like a local coach, someone like Samuel Boydu, Dr. Prosperity, and the likes. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right, so we are at Villaggio for today's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. We are asking, can Otuado and Chris Houghton qualify the Black Stars to the 2022 FIFA World Cup? I have football fans here going to interact with them. I want to find out how they responded to Ghana's defeat in the 2021 AFCON and the appointment. There we go. GhanaWeb TV. Yeah, AFCON, Ghana about 3 games. And we need to say.
Oh, no, man, say football there. Say, man, Kwankusia, Muhus in the city. Okay. On Ghana football system, no. Omunsia, just that Omunim say in Boba football there. It's a form of practice. Say in a border. Yeah. But board there, Uji Woody so in boss or Boma Uso in Bonebo. So our coaching system matter. No, it means Ghana for Ankasa no money serious in terms of coaching system. No. More of it, politics now more playing it because Coach Milo is saying no good. Or Milo to me do good. All depends on the players, you know. But on the coach ni benefit, but one kobo ni bi. Players no more field, no some better say yes, they are doing something.
Okay, into which as AFCON I film no, you to me and said I am blaming Milo. Players no answer.
Players no answer.
All right, so I'll come back to him, but he believes that our elimination from the AFCON, you can't blame it on Coach Milovan. The players themselves didn't play to the expectations of many Ghanaians. Let me bring this gentleman in. GhanaWeb TV. Unyano say AFCON na free mono. Untumi nka say Milo and an modern wear from players no nasa.
Menene yadwin. Every say coach no me blame no be play. Ghana ha kra no. Nipa E-levy ejina park ne so omo bobo no kra no ebetuma ba say ya twere ama no kra da dansa na omo ko jina park ne so bobo no Ghana ha na mpanifo na kire de yenye o mpanifo wo Ghana na kire de yenye ebikwa na ball no kra no no kwa won first 11 players o don ba bo but e beka say oh nipa fa nipa smasi bo because of say omo nim de omo yenti e fa nipa smasi mo no what I say Ghana ball na kwa say e ba akofo team. What I say, Omuni wa Ghana Black Stars na nyedwuma.
Okay. For Ben na come one.
Me dey ayu ne na busuafo no maje ball na boso.
Adenti na o ka say.
Me ka say. Jordan ayu no ihu ne o ye. So oboball no so oginam ye hu ne o ye. Eno ye number 1. Ono kra de me pese me hu nanim kra o nipa 11 nim. Okay. Because World Cup ye Jordan ayu kopa dia ye besa aba said ye ba AFCON ya ye besa aba.
Oh, okay. There would me World Cup no dia. GFA appointed Otuado as the Black Stars coach. And former Brighton and Newcastle coach IFN Chris Houghton no. And also Oma Fanny technical advisor Emma Otuado. No she say World Cup no. You bet to me as a alata for the na qualify. World Cup no Ghana bet to me akọ.
Ade we no omuni ma na o say komo ye na AFCON no. Otuado yi ama freni na muni pefe say djuma no betimi aye. Ana mkofa abroni de ne baaye. Bibini ya de pa ofia oye. Empanifo na kan ye. Unim so Otuado betimi aye djuma no akofo bi as ne technical advisor mana bebo ano a. Ada na no anye. No mani pa no abeji esika ko wie no. Afena say efie ade ofia oye. Otu ado amayi ne de. Ya kan say okuro mpete du na nkura na ebika. So otu ado amfanya qualify kura ya hu say we Ghana ni. Why na famu de wan fan qualify. Eno kura de ha me bobetom yin say ha after all krom ni na ade. Ye wan fan kwa enya hwe. Se bloni be firi ni krom aba na no awantima me hwe na afi at the end of the day no. Ye besa betan ABC mu de krom ni ye kura no a. Work up no so de ye nyina ye mpai bo no say ni munyam hye beba ni nyina ye be qualify. Ye qualify work alata for no so de omo bo no de ano hye. Jordan you nko enti enti aba de o minua.
But you 11 players. Ade na wo bo are you brothers no kwedi?
Are you brothers no me problem? Are you brothers no?
Because 50 Ghana, ye share as say ye bo AFCON or say Kofi Abobi, abedi pele Tony ye bo asamoja so Ghana ye top scorer e wo AFCON they die you.
They die you a top scorer. Me can make asem no. Me can they die you asem.
Into
me can Jordan you asem. Jordan you asem na me can. Jordan you asem na problem. Jordan you nipa 11 ni nyina so mo yini ono no film. Eno an me problem.
So who did say ye Jordan film I betuma qualify.
You betuma qualify because you benya obi obabo the same position with the any position no kra na ye benya obi obahya na namu ama nipa 11 na so a on betimi dia qualify ball no ogina mu a ono anyema ono enyesin.
All right, so he believes that Jordan Ayew from where he sits doesn't add much to the team, so he should be taken out for a new person to play in our game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in March at the Cape Coast Sports Stadium and the return leg in Lagos. Now let me bring you in. Unyano say Senke Obloni Ewabeji Esika na waya nyoma troka no di Esika ko ni komu de na nka yemfa ma bibini no no so nhwie no fa sika no entena Ghana one ne adwen
winu an de me ne nya adwen because bibini no o dis kan man o di US kan man ko no ntim fa nya hwe because ya na say bibini no bibia wo ha so broni na be di so broni na ma iska ye o gold ye bibia wo Ghana say nso abrofo na ko discount didn't ya bibini no yes amani tena obetima bibi Ghana kasa system bibia ye poor se pese si a football team no yetimi gina so dia metima ka che Ghanaian for say any footballers mo say omko Senegal no omko si omko style of play no through that no the World Cup metima go forward because I go for Mourinho kra be coach Ghana kra nya adwuma players in the poor
inti penify de o ma be na enye ye
oh enya adwuma Ghana players in there obia me hu standard of play be omtimi play me say om say si no Ghana football person me good omko busa Senegal how of play no because compare Senegal ball within AFCON now is very very great. Improve it's probably that they can take the World Cup. Yeah.
Even Jose Mourinho will not be able to qualify this Black Stars team to the FIFA World Cup. This is what I'm getting from these two football fans. Assembia person can Otuado na me di bibia bewe
me de me grand chance ma me de mo Otuado nyina ne say Ghana nyina ye ni hwe no because ye nim se obetimi aye entini ya frɛ no what I say nti on fa na hoɔden ne nyansa ene ade bia obetimi aye wona hoɔden e de ahwɛ sɛ Ghana ye betimi akwa e da mesumi ma futu onsam sade ma players ne sɛ mesrɛ omo a omo nyi scan to nkyɛn na omo nwe oman no ho kakra oman no ho adwen kakra emra omo tirim na omo hyɛ ne munyam e wo match ne Nigeria for kobui na beboa.
All right, so Tuado, if you are watching us, he's telling you that the whole country is behind you. You just have to do a good job and make sure that you and your players find yourself in Qatar in November. Also, last words now. Just only focus. Only focus. Don't ankasa the mind be determined so onye ba. So listen outside the boxer. It's going to cause a lot of problems. Because Ghana football is more of politics. So just only tell me on himself that this is good for me, this is bad for me. I think everything is going to be okay. Play above the politics in Ghana football, and hopefully you can succeed in your new role as the Black Stars team ahead of the FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in March. This is still the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are at Villaggio interacting with football fans around. If you are watching us, you can also leave your comments in the comment section. Can Otuado, Chris Hilton, Didi Dramani and George Boateng qualify the Black Stars to the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar? Alright, I'm about GhanaWeb TV. So AFCON now, Ghana boy in the group stages and a free move. Your performance in a call saying
so far it's not bad because
football dey in support football but Ghana a big team in AFCON. I will be in Ghana. We share now through. But we say 1 point by a ball. You have to understand football. And I mean, I say way forth. And I say better say because it is actually. And as Senegal, more so but they take a year. Repeat. But I come find more time manager. And the fans know I come at here, but I say never tell my Black Star. Now you should me. You shouldn't say a bit making but so the focus of 14 my coach and I say players are mean to say in touch with me because
okay now see a coach or the call Milovan penny for a Jan Kwa Omodio Tuadu Abano Masakofa Chris Hilton so Mbebuano so mon qualify Ghana and World Cup any kind of appointment we who say
you know me I'm a test about coaching issue you know why is there over Kizita about so make coach Ghana how that do to about I don't know can we say
Otuado na coach Chris
I know yeah I think advisor yeah I know
my advice
it's true but Otuado no but say coaching work na be it's not about think advisor and I find it Kizita no but say coach and advisor no be but the Otuado about so make coach now you may think advisor Otuado so just Otuado too much in your own coach Ghana be what why not more contract so we new man on coach so there's no need to man coach me ga ipa na kompa boni ni coach no Ghana no ka bi ni coach ma woni pay for no like between for the players mo da bi o money players
alright enti in penny for we o metumi aboa ema Ghana qualify for World Cup
to me ni there me sure Ghana no say me trust Ghana football
enti you betumi after Nigeria
we can score Nigeria because we match Nigeria qualify so you two na me here
and no man I say to ye no nyoma ben sa
sisi e won say Nigeria on match is out here you coaching issue and I say Ochina sing I say man na we make say you want match bedu no na bia enter say when e dey ekwa say when e sing and about players calling no so no Ghana da kwa high ni say na e fewe ne Ochina we from e fewe ne Ochina we ma na da bia ana ball no so o money pan the ball continuously so da bia obehu how to play AFCON and I say bia qualification because yes be na friend me as a friend me and the new player ba the first time of the paper you finish game and then more say player win by man more time so I'm far than you go different person is never more chance if more different players.
All right, so he believes that if we do our things right, call the right players into the national team, Ghana will definitely be the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but he is against the appointment of Otuado as the Black Stars coach because a caliber somebody like Chris Hilton should have been given the opportunity to handle the team. We're still live on the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Today we are talking about the Black Stars technical appointment. Otuado as the head coach and Chris Hilton as a technical advisor to the team. Can these two men lead the team to qualify to 2022 Qatar World Cup? Memo akwa ba eba GhanaWeb TV so. Ghana ya AFCON na ekọ no your performance net to say
oh na fine
AFCON na fine if you group stages na fine
bia eku kama
ada na wo team na games ana na wo team na games ana
very bomb against
na wo bomb against
Awurade Yankopon na wo mo pati papa no mo po enkrofo no mabobo a o team ye team
I didn't know so mun team
ese bo no mo bona nkasa na politics o politics no mo ye what you say we wo ska na we afre we wo ska no mo amuni bo no mo fa mo what you say say the day you ni onua na mo keke kan o na politics ana mo ye no bo no mo fa de no kwento mo fa de no kweda no mfa nto what you say mo ye sa na ma we nyina ye be koye ni what the make chiro no so mo ye we ya be ka chi ni tem bia politics no mo ye no bo ni
okay sisi am mi sa AFCON ye free mo coach ade e koye ye Milo penifo apam no o makofa Chris Hilton ene Otuado Didi Dramani ene George Boateng say game aye ne Nigeria bebo no penifo we enhwe achi no mo nyese Ghana e betumi qualify wo gidie say World Cup na nkasa edikan wo gidie say Ghana betumi acha Nigeria.
Oh, Nigeria for the star me show mo ball. Nigeria for mo yard you. Meet me. On be say Nigeria be say Ghana.
On be say
to nya mo be buy one day. Why need on be my
home and away, you ever first in war.
I'm buy a home, on my share, your comes on my share.
Thomas say home and away.
I make catch it all, I lie. On my share. I go here, Mukodi, to me, Omutimi, somebody, and the quarter and the quarter, Sa politics no more bonus at what chat. Sanya Marina, Becoso, what did I make catch on?
In this Otuado 8 Sewa, Asemba, Ben, I'll be catching so or yard in the Tino, a baby. Oh, the person may catch it say, on far. I don't know one, or money young one, a 2 or money year 2. What did I make catch on? Eh, say, we'll free so do we never buy on Fanimo. We know never on Fanimo. What did I make catch on? Eh, go on quiet. And Pesa. What I say, Nungas and a yard also. What I say, what did I make catch on? And Nungas and a yard also. The disgrace is too much. This is what a football fan at Spanner Junction is saying. He believes that if Otuado remains truthful with his call-up and other decisions in the national team, he can succeed. But he is stifling the Super Eagles of Nigeria to beat the Black Stars home and away in March for the FIFA World Cup qualifiers for Qatar 2022. Can Chris Hilton and Otuado lead the Black Stars to qualify for the 2022 FIFA World Cup? I have another football fan here. He's a bit old, so I will take his memory back and see what he remembers about Ghana football. GhanaWeb TV. So, Petroleum AFCON 2021. Ghana performance, my feeling saying.
Oh, it's really good, mom. But not just maybe na coffee a problem. I'm my end to my head. Yeah, really. But when you say buy and buy, I'm buy out. Not see players more than buy.
Now, he had the new coach Abba Otuado, and I Yasamano advisor. Chris Hilton, we coach Newcastle now. Who says some penifo me no way to me lead na yet to me as a Nigeria na qualified. Now who said Nigeria mo players no or me a top players.
No. Football is the lucky.
Yeah,
lucky.
So he is attributing everything to luck. If we are lucky on the day, the Black Stars can eliminate the Super Eagles of Nigeria and qualify for the World Cup. We end today's episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate. Do you think that Otuado, Chris Hilton and the likes can lead Ghana to beat the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the FIFA World Cup qualifiers? Let me hear from you in the comment section whilst you are watching the video. Good morning, thanks for joining me here.
Good morning.
Ghana, we were eliminated from the 2021 AFCON at the group stages. How did you feel when we lost our final game?
I mean, it was actually a disappointment from the very beginning. Looking at how we went in, we had the hopes. We thought we could do it, but then I think the players that they took in was not good enough. They were not ready, I think, and I think that they need to actually have a whole system to reschedule and plan a whole future, as in start up little by little. Just everybody. It shows clearly nothing. Everybody was not ready for that tournament. So yeah, I mean they got what they deserve.
All right, now Mimiloban, he has been sacked now. Otuado has been brought in as the new Black Stars coach, and then Chris Hilton will be advising him technically on what to do. Do you think that the new setup can help us beat Nigeria in the qualifiers?
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. Bringing our own to be the coach, I think is a good idea. But the thing I would say is the players. The players are what are actually, they are the people going to play. Yeah. They are those that we need on the field. And if they are not performing, we saw it in the AFCON. So, I mean, I'm happy we have a Ghanaian in there who is actually handling the team now. But he has to actually do a lot of work in terms of scouting new players, because I think these ones, if we are going to use these ones, then something has to be done. Something really has to be done.
All right, so the street is supporting the appointment of Otuado as the new Black Stars coach. Well, we end this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. People are rooting for Otuado to succeed as the next Black Stars coach. Ghana is going to play against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the final phase of the FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Can they do the job, or they will not be able to complete the big task ahead of them. Let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshen, and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Do enjoy the rest of our programs and enjoy the weekend.
GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the skies feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efansa efitre oman. Osandel, ukuma funi ochebi anko to trouble sina kupon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on above the thick clouds. Clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism. To the Hawks, I mean your competitors, you embrace them all, hence they cannot endure, yet they fall. You evolve out of season, and you are become an inspiration, flying across the African continents and beyond.
The head count is supposed to streamline the system so that it will fast track their payments. A lot of them have currently gotten employed, but they are refusing to decline from the system, and that is what we. That is why this head count is just to help resolve those problems. At least to the head count will make sure that those who are actively working get paid in earnest.
But the question is, why is the headcount going on, especially for a day like this?
No, it is part of our roadmaps that we've designed, and so it just unfortunately that it coincided with their demonstration.
With no victimization.
And no, please. We will not victimize anybody. We are colleagues with them, and therefore it is of their best interest. So that is why we are doing this. Once we are able to streamline the system, those who are currently gainfully employed are removed from the system, then payment will commence earnestly, and then they will be paid.
Do you have a timeline for this head count?
Yes, we've just started the head count, and it's ongoing.
How long will
currently,
it go?
As we speak, my monitors and my field, regional monitors and district RTCs are in the field doing the head count. Yesterday we were able to, we brought them together, but we've realized that it's giving us a lot of headache in managing the crowd. So we send messages to them that they should remain at post once we visit them and do the head count. All of them have secure jobs, and I know some of them personally.
Wow. Do you know the number of people?
I know those that I know are great.
So clarify, is it that they got jobs through your initiative or by
Yes, they got jobs through NABCO initiative. The management. The management are playing their own role to get them employed. You get it? All of them cannot just be employed a day. It's a process. Once some get employed today, some will be employed tomorrow. So all what I want to urge them is that they are my colleagues. They should be exercise patient. Once they process, they know the exit protocols. They know it, so they should exercise patience. Once we also fast track the process for them to get enroll into the mainstream employment. It's never true. It's true. It's never true. Please, I'm one of the managers, it's never true unless, of course, you have a peculiar problem. If you don't have a peculiar problem, all those who don't have peculiar problem, ask them. They have been paid. With the exception of the last 2 months, which is September, October. Anybody who has not been paid the September, November, September, October, means that he has a peculiar problem. And that's what we are addressing currently.
GhanaWeb is a true representation of the eagle. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the skies further as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, our ego, Kora, Efasa, and the trail of man. Sandel, who come up from a champion to troubles in our coupon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on above the thick clouds. Clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism. To the hawks, I mean your competitors, you embrace them all. Hence they cannot endure, yet they fall. You evolve out of season, and you are become of inspiration, flying across the African continents and beyond.
It's 2022 and you're welcome to my YouTube channel. We are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. How did you celebrate your Christmas? So guys, it's a new year and new hotels are springing up here in Ghana. So I'm currently here at a place called Abokomi Sesame, and the name of this resort is called the Platinum Bay Hotels. So you guys are coming along. Let's see how beautiful the space is. I came here last night and have been having a good time of my life. You should experience this place too. Come, let's see how the place looks like.
You're welcome to the club double room.
Okay, so this is the room I was going to get. Wow, the place is so beautiful.
Being our very special guest for today, we're promoting you to the Bayview Suite.
Wow.
The Bayview Suite, introduction rate for that is going for $255 a night. Includes breakfast, kitchenette, in-room movies. You have a view as well. So it's a smartly controlled room. So here we have it using our tablet to control our curtains. Open sesame. There we are.
Oh, wow. This is beautiful.
Yes. So in the comfort of your bed, you can control your lighting system, your TV.
And the heater.
Right. So we have it here, all listed here for you, whatever you want to control. So it goes on the door switch, your bed wall switch, that's the lights, the remote control for the TV.
It also comes with a safe that you can register with your thumb. Here you go. So below the TV is a fridge. Later that night, I had fried rice with chicken, which was very delicious. And I was told they had a nightclub. Let's check it out. exciting thing I like about the place is the fact that I get to open my curtains through the iPad. So I'm going to be trying it today. And boom. Oh, I think this is open rather. This excites me so much. Good morning, family. Oh my goodness, this is so luxurious. To be honest, I have never been to a place that everything is operated by the iPad. Last night, in the comfort of my bed, I was controlling the TV, I was controlling the lights, I was controlling the AC. Let's see how outside looks like this morning. I think I overslept, so that's how it looks like. Good morning. This is what I get for English breakfast. You're all invited. So this whole space is like for events, for football, for all kinds of games. And the good part is you can also camp here. Let's take a look at how the camping tents look like. It's so exciting that you get to experience luxury and tent at the same time. So yeah, it's so far so good. It's been so fun here. I've had so much fun, and I think here is a perfect place for your like group trips because the place is very big. Like it can accommodate a lot of people, just like what's behind me. You can do a lot of sport activities here. So yeah. This is how the washroom and the changing room looks like. This is so beautiful. Wow. Like everywhere is nice. This place I think is one of the best places to change. It's very comfortable. And guys, look, there's an AC here. Because when I was sweating when I entered, but look, I'm so warm. And you know how girls like mirrors. So this is a perfect place to change. I'm going to change into my bikini and swim. So yeah, you guys are coming along. The water is so calm, and this is the deepest. The deepest is like 5 feet. So yeah. So it also comes with a private cabana and a private jacuzzi. So I'm about to enjoy my time here. the pool and swimming in the jacuzzi has been so fun. Look at my new friends here. Aren't they adorable? Those are my new friends. Since I came, anytime I decide to pick a camera and show them to you all, they're like, coming around. So I'm going to rest a while, have lunch, and I'm going to call it a great time here. So far so good. Here is so beautiful, here is fun, here is new, everywhere is fresh. Since this is going to be my last meal here, I opted for banku and tilapia, and my friend opted for fried rice and chicken, which was very, very good. So guys, this brings us to the end of today's video. I had an amazing time here. I was invited here in the place. The room is sweet. The environment is very conducive for family. It's family friendly. It's like a honeymoon spot, and it's like visiting an old uncle who has money. Like, it's homey. It's a homey feeling, you know. Yeah, but yes, nice. The food is amazing. I must say the chef is good. So yeah, I enjoyed every bit of my stay, and the fact that they have aquariums on your way to your room, like it's nice. Watching them is relaxing. A big shout out to Dr. Nana Esau for allowing me film and enjoy my stay here. Come spend a weekend here for a big discount. Let me know your favorite parts of this place in the comment section. Until then, goodbye, and I love you so much.
This week on Bloggers Forum.
Minim song that Abia Celestine Donko is going to pick or they be picture against Dana Hamilton. But I feel three music is like that. They always want to have like some balance.
What I'm saying is that the reserve spot for gospel ni or artist of the year. And you were Juma and a Bekasa at the amount.
If you look at VGM, okay, Omono, Pepe to pay, why hit it? You found count. But three music try to give opportunities to other artists who are less recognized, or less alternative categories. Some artists be without even 10K views, they are inside the alternative category in the three music award.
Masa, and your YouTube views and the short list you. And I think I ain't na meeting. We have your data.
More person the nomination process as here, you should come to me.
Please, you are not an authority now.
I'm not an authority.
I beg you.
No, but
no. You cannot. No. You cannot tell us that if you want to understand the nomination process, we are not.
It starts with me.
It starts with
capacity as what?
It's in what capacity?
Say a former.
Why should we go to a former who is ready to
go
there on the screen?
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday.
e-passport sisi ano pemu no ankasa ababe kasa afa ho eye Dr. Baumia ye mampani abegichiri e wo Ghana anom sisi ono anso atu nanum tio na omanfo be kaya sa e-passport ne yese wo kọ opeso otu kwan kwa manane na chese unkita Ghana kada enya ade a ebetumi ama wetu kwan na so ye Ghana mampani abegichiri Baumia echirema sisi ano for now no obetumi edo passport dada na okita no edi etu kwan na so no bomodi ase ubenya eye e-passport ibi ansa na chese wetumi etu kwan na so chema sisi ade obetumi do passport na etu kwan.
GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the skies further as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, our iyo kora efasa efitre oman osandem ukuma fun ochedi anko to trouble in coupon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on about the thick clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism. To the hawks and your competitors, you embrace them all, hence they cannot endure, yet they fall. You evolve out of season, and you are become of inspiration, flying across the African continents and beyond.
Valentine, my dear, Valentine is coming. Where's your boyfriend? Just say, Mama, ya sumu join. Ofa online, who so be a post flowers, be roses, or most are chocolates. And I didn't say, eh, in see a boy make a one as a man, but in idea quaku, yenny na yabo pepe. More when you been Montichimure, next year be an old dome for a boy manager. Mo obinsa Thomas and I just a musumedibi. Monso Mudino, my ade. Mumbisa nyuma abdofo ebiesa amabuni na watwi masanso atwimiti nkomo ekoso entertainment industry ena maboaboa na mede abesom ye nche kra mma ye ntwa ye ho na ne ekonyina ye mbesanguo mama kwa bona za 14 February etwemu the pressure upon pressure just ufa baby a na ne obi kita ne eyi flowers ufa ha say na ne obi tro ne o celebrate ni boyfriend na girlfriend na odwe ho say nti aye ni boys aye ni bi na ye say ye kan sen amanfo ne celebrities no nim say krom ha de afi bia so a ene no wa sheda drop videos eye pictures and say ready atari won a obeyi won ho won so a what did red na ebe dress ya she gown bi no won so wo ho na sa video ojai na mo be kai sa time na moisha vals de bia do so no bia ye crowd hwe say photo shoot be na moisha be say de onim say you born again Christian nti afi midi mani edi echi hwe celebrities are was slave for vals de no nkan ho but say ye hye one what say what person can break internet just one what trend e 14 February and anka me be ba muna for real hajia for real na one who say no was some bad tabby what them na cheja I say a 2-piece lingerie fine one red I say go work account say body na nka say body na engineer ma say photo shoot we ya mo na ye ntumi nye bi ye one work account fella maka free Zinelzu Hajia Bintu yan broadcaster say wa me here no ka ho Bella Mundi nsu no ogine mu bi je say wo do so ankasa na eyi je say adofo asusu adofo nsem na medwom no say eyi nti wo krom ha na wo nimpine yi bia na say wo kunu nsu etukan a wo be ye ne den cause pressure ne ndafemo me say na me pese ha me ntimi say man she dey ndi echi sa so o ma ni ehye wu ma bibi be ye wo bankofo dress yankasa me ma no nso wenje eja wo nso na wo man kasa na vals dey dey di nsem bebre beba na vals dey ye dey na ekeka ho nsem na ehu say eye obo an onim say dey no ye managing director for Ghana Post Company Ubeka former a musical no ohwe so but say the obo owo a Ghana Post man pehin na adran kokufado no na wa bondin so on be decide biere na we say adwuma obo ye obo amanfo ma wadwuma soani na den some picture bi a first lady Rebecca Kufado posti nso obo ankasa etna moto so I deliver for yi bi otna so no na ni crew omukọ ne office omukọ deliver flowers ma first lady na hu say flowers in there fine ankasa no first lady nso ade ato Ghana for anima say na say their Ghana post no say abeye Ghana post at say nkofo patronize on munko so na mu use nti vals any dey nsem ne dey bebre pictures ne ade ne fala maka feed message bi be drop ma ni kunu medical and her sister Debbie ono so engage an grounds on ni new boyfriend was say na empaso kakra Debbie da ho kakra so show skin na ben use gina say abode ono so ne white shirt ono so gina nche na vals any dey pressure bebre minim say na wudi ne but say na ekọ bia mo ambo mo ho ban say yes month ne ye be kan edu ho na ye hwe na say da wani ma ye hu say 14 February say na ye no mo say emafu kire ma ye yi tutu bronya ai vals any say na wo kire ma wo frɛ ne no Adafu we de masuma actress if you actually ne go sound so a comedian if you dey onim say nya be ma be kirem unim efia de dawo sister efia na 14 February na no nya 40 years wa onim say efia de ade atone ni de dawo ni papa kra fe na match ko ba be sie ni na nya te say party kese bia but photo shoot bi o ye unso o hye ne attire black na odi apam attire fine material black na hye no unso bi ade atone de nya fe no kwakọ gina ho na ba be photo shoot bia because sister ye ni abra ba be sie papa na na efia nsa ahmache na te say ebo 12 na video bi obe posti so no akasa ni fi hono no webu nkotodwe na te say adofo ne mane ne ade ne wo hyiehia na champagne wo tugu ne so na wo bompai wo broskoto no so wo di na rem 40 years ndo be di ankasa na ye ho de ni koso na efia make some post bi no so no ansa kwa na wo ba be di photo say sa foolishness no wejai ni na ye 10 of the past nti mo nte te say mo free say bia sister efia na 40 wa benya time be keka be to ato ade be o say sa de no foolishness ndi wejai say we di 40 de wa te say obra no ba be boni ya nkasa that amafu tiri ma ho audio efia na ye nim no mba ni o ba say mba penwie na mo bete mo be kan ya asem no na mo bete say yes but sister efia tiri ma sa afia afia ye wo 2022 na ma bi wo ho no ma on reply ya to aso na wotwe de ensem bebre na akoso unza ma broni de na ka se me de adwuma ya to meso ide de bia na ma akoma echi kakra se na Cecilia kan na me de me ni hwehwe na yeko na ya setawale ni new girlfriend ya wenya he was a friend Elfrida na wotwe ya no di ni birthday ene e behwe je say vals day na anko ya ma na ye dwen ye ho afa na setawale ba bebri ye nkuru mankasa je say gay your man ya sumundwe o je say o make post be say ne ye wo ho vals day na kaso posti na ni birthday no oh eno che mo odo no ene ne onko ombesin kwa no mko Paris o se obetumi atodan amane no se odo foforo edo ye muka che ko onye social media mu na muse nko se Elfrida wa ba tena se na wuni ma kona ko bisa michi obechire ma che foforo ne de saa michi de na yanya nyombe na yambo onu kwampo je ringo stage crampo ye hu ne hwehwe na ye hu na wo Elfrida na se yan bai pa mafuche ma we de shata wali asa wa to do mu je se hu se oye ne hu hie nye na ye wo ha se de ni ba be ko end no Frida birthday no na Shatawale post video bi na Frida na woni studio one don sem for the young private studio te say esiem ana ya studio na akwa record nyum ye hu se Frida e wo eyi studio ho no ma che say Shatawale esoni mu na say emfia no kakra hu se de afede abranti so mu de mu hwe video na mu hu ne ekọ what's the story we romantic ankasa unim ododi na Saturday unim say na watch video trendy ankasa na eyesa akode na unso ko make some post business am expensive sneakers fine kosi ene eja one don na efele an comment ba unim so no de bia koso Twitter bia ordinary no ba betum say fa no hu say fa no hu na one don kire mo ono si so no ansa no be Shatawale che say obi aje no so bandana time sama na bi enhye de ni nsem no banku yi bi fake aden otumi rocky fake bi pepepe uhu say fake yo hye ene wudi akoto na ahia dollars ni na ayepe ni Shatawale si offer me so ayama boni dia to youthful nim say manye to say pressure bio na betwe celebrities bi na kaso say o leave it so no until say yakopon beto nsem na benye sika na mafu fake na te say ye be rocky akosi say yakopon be frey but o chire ma say enye by force nti cha yi say according my won say fashionista na o ma youth pressure no de na enum tom o say so no betumi afford this and diamonds ni ade nyina na fake yo she bisa na ye Shatawale crew ya Shatawale ya unim say yenye ordinary ye A-list American artist na ebonyum na isani nyom more feature Beyonce feature no already 3 years na ye agena che but se sie no nyom di papa de ade panel ton mo de bia moye ma no pa na Shatawale won se yakwa win award an SM4 se de ASA Beyonce nyom no feature aye Shatawale ni Major Lazer aye Urban Music Awards 2022 one bon din say omo no mu win aye best collaboration say de enyem class ni yen girl celebrating birthday yen so aye sanso e win award say de montumi nchire yen fake say cancer fake ni man na ye hye banku say de original nkasa man for one don Shatawale me say wo kana asem na no do bi susugum je say de bia Shatawale be trendy na ye video bi ebebe to dwa na ye for Shatawale ni former bodyguard we friend Shatakumoji na me say to kwa kakra bi si wo camp this is the one album na Shatakumoji akwa mu Shatawale private studio no me say nkofo bebre nso wo ho ne ade ma me bi tie kwem ne ade na ni girl ya ni new girlfriend free den so gina ho na so the one smoke his pipe asem ni tintin ni tieti anane na Shatawale so we dey loyalty num say SM dey for life is for life Shatawale chain diamond chain it say unim say sumbu over billions upon billions or rofi ni kom no dey chest as Kumoji and so how kan yen say wo dey achi na kan yen koye ni me Shatawale feel na ano na we feel na ano ibi and the betray social media we say Shatawale say na eyi funu wo kan hu bia na but amanfo wo news on beka so ye gay na nyakopa nkofo susu chema we say trust some na say yen feel ya no holy kiss bi say bia na bi na Shatawale akwa ya manfo say we dey guarantee ase aye MP Sam George ono kwa de na atum say Shatawale dey was smoking some substance bia na cause we dey ase enye normal say nkofo bebre akasa but shatter movement funu wo chirema eye normal unse ye ndie your do na ye dodo ye hunti o feel na nje so ye gay some of mun jai asem no jai ti mama ye nkwa ye ni me member of parliament Sam George no so din se bia betuja na nye Shatawale esemi nkwa na waka ye wo ha na Sam George di betuja so ono na yire o shia na ne yire asese o wa ware na ono ne wo me anso na be shia no o serious relationship bi mu pa but o shia no e ho ape no jai o chema na ye no kwa no to date obi gidigidi je say ono so ehu bi emu odin but wo share won ho no say debi wo say asa afele na wo ho utumi wo relationship but wo share brand bi na wo share baba bi wo say we na ye men fimpa say asa what wo ha say wo rep we no bi nti enu no so ye ntama ni serious girlfriend no so ko no koja no MP ni so koja ni serious girlfriend eno be ka che ni yiri so we jai no for say no o twantoro ene nkrafo be ka so laka mi da be enye no bi nti asa on tie ne ho asa for say bia Sam George boy no frɛ ne ex girlfriend na all the two speaker no say pacho ka kire ni se me ni we jai no ka so ni no say sister na hu say kwan ba beda ho ene je mo de aware si de hu say wan na ye fe no ko social media na kekeke na Sam George posting ne yere and I love you vows day you correction Sam George kire ma no was serious girlfriend ene o ja no ene ne yere ekwa ntamafo so wo hwe na say bia udo atobi ma menka say bia unyo sister wo hwe na mdi mbowa jai na ko wurem na hu say e bia be fa na fa amfa nso na ja wa betine fie na sa na wotwene akwa ye say your do ado asem nko amanfo say woni hu kafu bia na say wo ye single the sister bia fa wani so ankasa na ye journalist radio presenter Kofi Adoma wani mu say girls amanfo say ye ne crash na ade ne kasa ye nde ne ade but papa ya be kire ma waware on just over 60 years ko wo bi etare ne ho ankasa na amanfo say Kofi na sa na eti na wan kire mu no ya na sa ye wo ha ne say Kofi post some video bi ne dey TikTok I say sister bi ni tida ne ne kokoso ne ja osuso ne mu kakanka ni nyina ye hu nanim yes anso ko so Facebook and also say some post sister yi ogina nanim pampe just say hu nanim kram na mu say Kofi ade ya ka say abeje sister ye fi mu sama na but o sheka kai bi na sister nso che mafu chirema we dey I say ye fresh ye dey ni dey chi aka na ye fresh but Kofi nso be so chirema wa wa deda na adam for vim lady ono so abechem say sisters na de bia mo de mo fa no Kofi ni na mo kwa ye ne sere ko so ni so no de obi wonu ka say o de betu ja say wa afa say mo yaw na say mo dwe ho am nti as so mo besu am nsu but all the pictures betu social media no chemo say ye ni invincible player say mra ni de bebre ba Kofi so when him say what about na man kofu raise yen hope sa ni na say wo de sister yi beto o ma mama fo ho a kire won pa ba wo kire ma kofi adma wani yi sister na nim say wo nsura wo de yi nim keka na yen hu na asam fa na asam ko keke for so say we di 41 but social media fo kire ma wonje ndi na keke ye who age na soja ma wo kire ma ka enu kura di ahin na wo baka chance wo di 41 years 14 February na keke for so make post so say the yankopon ahira no when you 41 years na asem di anka mo beka oh when happy birthday yankopon ahira na anka ye koyenim ene be share social media wo say keke kire mu a wo say den na ye nkura ye di ahin na wa be di 41 years bandana kura we di ahin o ja me kwa me kura we di ahin na wo at den times say wo kan you ma wo say wo ye legend na den na wo di 41 years ba man for onu an e fi ni yem onu wo hu ni birth certificate jare na wo challenge ni say keke mafuchi ma wo say wo ni 50s mo kasa o say we nya 41 years wo ye ne ma me na wo ni na ebebusia keke ye ma happy birthday. Kwesi ataka say any shower season we dey everywhere. Say na man for mafani serious. Eyi kwabna na ekọ perform me say so gina stage or abetu nyum say ja wa to nyum matwa mo na say na mu de bi achechemre na ya koyenim. O gina stage so performance say sisters bi na wode won safa ne koma so ne kokosu nyina afi de wa start bebe ne buttons. Em say kwabna umpe baby ngwa nka se o bia umpe sa na woni nje hu ene no so ne sere ase aso ferry bi or blush em say kwabna keke bi music adi ne mo de mo hwe video no na mo hu ne ekọ so wo ho so my ade kwabana mususo ni musa sisters mo pena mo nke bia na atomo life so am abroni say komo ye hyehye ye di ni nyina piepie but bebre ta bank as despite scan etefie ta bank no ma ye ntwa ye nkakra na ne ye ba ne ekọ nyina de ba be so.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Medafu pa mema wa kwa ba nse nkomo ho ye kusu didi nkomo entertainment mu just e course so latest news e bia wan hye nti ase yen ni nya na maba me ba be kyerɛkyerɛ mu na ɛyɛ the music awards wonim se de won release your nominations say wa na wo hwɛ di say wo artist wo be nominate me nim se wa akoma ato ye mana na se mo ka mo complain na she doesn't deserve it, he doesn't deserve it, afi bia yet na ye kan ye kan awards kro ma wonim se ne ye di echi pan ye artist of the year na this year ɛyɛ the music awards one nominate one for artist of the year no Black Sheriff and young rapper D Black ensu wo bi Kidi and touch it onu so hye mo ho baby Kwame Eugene ewom na links for the say mo kire bi say award bi ni wa mu bepiem mayade and Mr. Drew ensu hye but ye kan gospel musician ba ko pe onu so make it Alex for artist of the year Celestine Donko na ba de na list no mo drop de bebre manfo congratulate you kakra na ye wo ha na entertainment review and host no Kwesi Abade kire ma all share a year artist of the year category now. Nan can send for takwa Celestine Don Coding baby. Also, now ye could be a gospel, ye ba gospel, wabon home dia, year and a review. I can't remember Empress gifting. I give to a doye. Now the number boy a year Celestine didn't know Bayana way. Also a year Empress, wabon home day. Jack a sanko or woman, but a year Empress when your nomination almost like 3 nominations. But considering some bit to John and yes Celestine. Chemoso no so catch Ghana for so no awards doesn't define here. And yeah, awards no or the share. And then there's any because or wabo so na say one boardings and I just say unye adwuma. Oh ye adwuma pepe. Inti say eye kosi abo agi chirema say eye Empress gives eye more deserving na. And she's ever willing. Say slots no dem man. Or the Bema Empress, and also fan or the Bemano. They know something to just catch your gospel musicians for so more shiny papa because entertainment industry a woman, person can boom. I can boom phone. They be also say you're united. Trust me, so many only gospel musician and me was a category. Number konya one and Mukaka say, Obinadi Davis, or Chema, ye gifty in Tia Crampo man fan show. Now I Celestine Don Koyan, so some so interview been a year hosting Bisani so. What one assume say a year name member back could be so or the $40,000. I Ghana city so $40,000. I should say any latest music video now. And also what no honest to be so now I possible say but to make this is category just say scan a movie Trinidad culture music video and also one there is fine but no dear ne budget say yes sir we your akwanim can be at 12,000 Ghana city but pass obeku crew $40,000 and the culture music video there and can be call China ka conform our beton. Now, some people say, "Hey, and our person will treat my Empress gifty. I will link killing who say they be our bellinky. Empress gifting a bit too just and check one also a one music video, new latest a single or the $40,000 they be try. In some of them, I say jab or jabby Empress gifty so no maybe and one but no who's no day 40,000 a better music video. Only I can Beko China, South scan or Beko China, Wako Tomo or Beton. Sisana a Celestine Donko essay. Evangelist Diana Samoa say, "Eye me amabro ni me kan kire mu say, se wo yo Kristo ni na ye say wo hya atare fiti wuti ebesi feminine zuguru ma say abawa ha na say wo fa bibia na wa hye keke na che say wo yo Kristo ni che say enye no na che say wo yo Kristo ni o say mia on fa we ntu manim o se mo de mo nkoso na mo de mo dress na mo nsle small girl fianga bi ba beje ukunu ono de wa ka kire mu nti ono de se na sisi da do nse ekoso no slaying oh na den enye na hu say hair extension or shene wig why any makeup and your nails just entirely on point but o chere man kofo keka so ye slay queen but so the baby wo ye Kristo ne nche se wa be ye hu say ehia wo ba be ye hu bobomobo te se ne bia wo papa na ma me bia ewaja o se the baby ono be bobo life oh but life ni bia hia kopon onyam enche ko so ba bete wa association me be slave for God or say slave for Christ association man for me do what me join because sad na ye binum ya nze bia wo ye Kristo ni ntina wa ye ho basa na odinam no o se wo ye sa obi ebeje ukunu. I remember Parliament for since Central Kennedy here in Japan him so ne eye Prophet Najugezi na woni nhia kwa just say na eyi Ken say Naju ye fake or chance na Naju so aba be reply ne say koba sa ba say there picture bia ehun say betu odwa say Najugezi ogina ha say na eyi Ken nsunsu gina ne nchen say wo say wodo abodo say peace pipe no say na work and they smoke the peace pipe say or how bia ni mtokwa bia ni hono na eyi na amafo chem na say and be da abonten no nkofo keka na Ken eko na aje wa sorry obi say there's a narratives in the bebre but Kennedy Japan kasa di nchirima ba also no what trekking no what trekking na don't know ene nkofo trekking na obehia na nko no pa de sanko so kasa odi ne boni acha nka nwe atwa so but no de nko rinhia ne say na wa be trap pictures ne ne kankan also wo fie na adam for be friend so obe so hu but unzo odi ni demand so say it's all right fine me wo fie bra na besra me Obaya fedo beba ni tu so say Najugezi na edi na echi say ye papa de ni yemye bia wo ye bone no beka but enye say bia gidigidi wan ka tweno ma ekura say mo ntina ase je wo bobokoma na na chel pa na say wonya wo de won bone che won na wo kono so ene ye ntwa picture kakra na eja no gina no mu twa picture o say picture no kra ni TV na asaso no wo twa ni TV kra wo echi say ye ndi fine one ye si hebi afede wo ham fuko because na wa kona sorry na kese nsem ni na eshi so chire ma unze ba pay do ye plain no be kan on ve bibia nsem o se wo treke no nzimu kan mu hu se na mo be kan ni me won say wasum ye odeba mama me mbonwura Nigeria na mfa nkomo bi aba betuto dwan fa ntodwa na ye won gospel musician ba ko bi we jedi mpa na Sami Okposo an so unnim no nyoma na akọ YouTube akotie no nyoma bi na afi ye rema na ye tete honhum say akwakonyi obi Sami wo yer womba na manfo so we de nya no kwae na ebe dem asemi de mbe de nem de susu ye gospel musician ye ho na oba Instagram no be make post bi no chima call vacation bi no ko share sister bi neja patre na sister yi se wanyem but fine no dey fine no dey chell pay mu ye dru ebe man na yiri so opa o chell say ade a wa ye yi de onye biom fa ne bone che bebre ono aso chirema yakopon so wa pa ne chell onu aye wo hwa no sanso be to trace wa suspend ne ho ansi nyomi gospel say ministry work or nye bio onu ankasa reflect onu ankasa healia ansi na work kan very best at nyakopon adwuma ye wo hwa no de be to just say de wewurem na vows day ya ye di ya na ye ne 12 wedding anniversary on ne yere no be so odon ne yere na nsemi obe chocho gu ho na manfo che ma hwe wo do wo yere ben you are blessed to have her ben uko chiti na wakoko nyimo bi craft akola nka yen wo ni na beja ka se wo do yire ba manfo mo ye kokon safo ono a na yire na fini mu na ode a che na ade na mo kika nsem sa manfo chire ma sanka ye na yire na ko chiti na aka che ni so wanyama ma be ma fofra anko be forgive no nti Sami wo se wan ka se bisa ho question sa wo yire na yes anka be ode be chana na aba be beja sister ne de boni a cha fe de o be beja se happy birthday ba manfo mo pe kokon sa asem ye mfa mo mind your business na work na Nigeria hono ma yegina hono ma unse na Davido singer Davido dini birthday 29 birthday na nemu no ka che ne na mfuso obi ansa na 1 million naira mon send no na ye ho ye wanse ma fo send ni skei egwere o na keka ni na bomoba ye 200 million naira bi wo mankasa no chemo aka na akoma se opeso oye ho an woni bi moa nti ofa na gise wo ni krom honom opeso donate skei ma no ma fo se David oye sure no se an opeso donate ono aka se fini bottom an ni kotokum yi sa another 50 million naira e de kan ho me it kan be ye 250 na wotwa no be tu ja so sa committee bi o set house an ka won hwe na tiskan won chiche se na be ye mfo bi ansa ase o wo wunim de corruption Africa there say won scan no obedi an kasansa siska wo say nja kan wa orphanages one day nti Davido chema say scan wa chen pepepe am say there aso bi aso ene kan na shi odoko Accra medical community akọ international woche me some basketball team bi wo Boston wo ko break aka na ye cheerleaders wodi new me ne behwe wodi di asaw ne ade na nzide wo manfo chema ene Mr. Frempong say do nyum nu sese ejedi anka sese de aso ama fe de obi eboje osese ne Accra and say the fans on social media wo say medical congratulations na ye ka nyum international collaborations na ze na Ghana raise high the flag of Ghana say na yamoka na kidi ni nyum ni original song touch it at say trendy just say uko TikTok at say manfo bebre use ya Ghana say nko all over the world say the why any remix on a rapper Tiger and feature no was na video kwa enyom ya wan drop video na ka say unye bi share say na de bia ya no dem support your own ama boni ma be catch Kidi had released a remix of Touch It Away feature Tiger nti bo modern energy na mo de support other African countries money mo fasa energy na mo kwara mo video because me ma mo some few way per say hitting the millions of the millions Kidi ni ni nua kwa meji unze maka tim se ma be cosam UK Toby nti O2 no na so sanso bo modern save kakaka na obi senso akwa na akọ support no kase na mo ka no support on sa fi de yamba ni keke ye be support ye ho akasa ama broni na what twi de unse na emuye de vals day fu na mo di tutu anya so se de ni nyina akwa kogu mo se wi asa fefede next year ya nye bi no ye ko so abompai of good behavior sana mo kan sana be am boys be di mo vals day mo am frɛ mo mpra no ma wan fa na wakati mo se wonam kwan so no mo se mo ye side chick wo se mo na mo nye men meters for no won na wo ko hu nti wan te udofo bi nka vals day a man fo se che se wo ye side chick sana wakan nti na watwi nso hu se didi ni na aba beso ma broni da se ne ne ekoso entertainment industry me boboni na nam da beso makra mo bomode ana mu nya mo frapa na mpefo pa mu nko ye di bia hu hia cause me ni de chi nti me na se wan ko yini ya ye beka
ebe kaya ebe to just say e ade ekobi aye friend no say e brim group omukoko su Dr. Papa kosi indom and afi e companies 18 bia anampo no nipa 18 bia na che say e ka ho na omukoko pie mu e wo Chicago e court bi aye ho e friend no say Illinois na ye twema e judge ni bia ye friend no say Thomas M. Durkin ono e na che so United States Federal Court aye wo Chicago memo no e na alternate sa asem no so na enti aba beto dwane say ye ne appeal ode koye no e sa brim group for de koye no say sia ne abo asem no ato ego esan say Thomas Durkin ni twema oye nhwehwemu e de fa asem no ho no wo say ntwemu anampo no hwehwem bibia nyina so papa bia eni ho no mu eno nti na wabo sa asem no ato ego no manfo be kaya 23rd November 2021 ena che se beto odwa say e ade asem no yabo ato ego na so sisia no nyina so papa aba GhanaWeb nsa ewu bi anampo no nsa ka bi ai twemu sa ampara e asem no yabo ato ego. Ablajifa Gomashi eye mashebedwani e market to south ono eno de ababeto dwana mpo no so na no ato eye nsama ye koso afa ye Bishop TD Jakes na Africa na mampini na danko akufo ado na omanfo beka ya na tentem na chese TD Jakes e betire mu eka se o oba Ghana ha no mu mfie nsu achi ni no wo se ne bebre akoso pan sense oman Ghana ya sesa ye nhye bepa ma sisi akwa oba ha no ma Ghana ye feyie pa eno na Blagomashi etwemu se sa ene Ghana sa ne koya nimpa nkasa esanse wono nkasa hu se fu okrampo bo no asa akoyie kakra bisa no ene otumu se we de stretch pa na chese opesa ostre no na ye Johnny Hill se na no so share ye video yi e de to no so ni social media Facebook so ena chese gifa ehu bia no so etwemu kasa ene Ghana we de aya ade ye pa esanse se Bishop achemu dia ene na chese ampara ya boye ho modem pa.
The honorable member. So, honorable members, let's know this. We are forgetting ourselves. If a member asks question and the question is advertised, and the member, for whatever reason, may not be able to come, and you want to read the question on behalf of your member, please let the speaker get to know prior to our sitting. Yes, that's my understanding. Prior permission. Read 68.3. So let's advise ourselves. So, honorable member for New Adiasi, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the measures being taken to fix the Damfa Amrahia Road to ease the stress of citizens who use the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Mensa to Damfa to Amrahia Feeder Road is 10.5 kilometers long and located in the La Nkwantanai Medina municipality of the Greater Accra region. It is an engineered road with destroyed bituminous surface and thus in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded together with another road under the title Upgrading of Mensa to Damfa to Amrahia Feeder Road of length 10.5 kilometers and Otinibe Junction to Otinibe, measuring 3.3 kilometers under road fund on 30th August 2020. Works commenced on 21st September 2020 and was expected to be completed on 20th September 2021. Mr. Speaker, the contractor abandoned site shortly after commencement at a progress of 3%. A final warning letter was issued to the contractor to return to site by 25th February 2022, failure of which the contract will be recommended for termination. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much. Do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his answer says that the contractor abandoned site and they are going to give him a final warning letter to come to site, after which, if he doesn't, the contract will be terminated. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out from the minister what will be the time frame in case the contractor fails to come to site. What will be the time frame for re-award of the contract to maybe another contractor? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate in the answer that we have given the contractor up to 25th of this month. That is February 25th, 2022, and today is 18th, so we have almost 7 days to go. If he fails to return to site to reactivate the project, then we shall invoke the termination clause. And this is a route that we are always reluctant to work on. Because once you terminate a contract, it means that you are compelled to go through the procurement processes again, and that will take a minimum of about 6 weeks. So if we should terminate it after 25th, it will take minimum 6 weeks to get a more competent contractor to undertake the job. But in most cases, in order to shorten the time, Honorable Member, in most cases, in order to shorten the time, if we look around and there is a more competent contractor within the vicinity, we can do what we call a variation order, a VO to that contractor to speed up the procurement, to speed up the work so that we don't go through the procurement process again. So we shall look at that option. And I admit that it's of great concern to the honorable member and to his constituents if we have to go through all the process again. So we shall choose the shortest route. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, are you not satisfied?
Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied, but I have a last question for the minister. The minister has acknowledged the fact that the road is of great concern to the constituents of Medina. And Mr. Speaker, the road as it stands now is almost a death trap. Would the minister consider getting his mobile maintenance team to at least reshape it, before the rains come down? I know it will be much, terrible when the rains are here. So would the minister consider that? Thank you.
Very well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very fair question. And all such roads must necessarily come under the maintenance program. So until we get a more competent contractor to go back on that road, Mr. Speaker, I assure the honourable member that that is what should be done, and we should always work together to ensure that it's done. And my ministry will do exactly that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we move to question number 492. Question number 492. The question stands the name of a member for Ekunfi, Honorable Abeku Crenson. Honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Roads and Highway when the 21-kilometer route from Adansi, Imuna, Strafa, Uwia, Uchiam route, construction of which started in 2016, will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Adansi, Imuna to Safwa to Ura to Tuam Road is a 15-kilometer feeder road located in the Ekunfi district of the Central Region. It is a gravel road and in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, currently, this feeder road has an actual length of 15 kilometers, but is connected to the Uwia Junction to Ejankwa Road, measuring 6.1 kilometers at Uwia. The total length of the two roads comes to 21.1 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, contracts for the upgrading of the two roads were awarded together in two separate lots under the road fund in 2016 as follows. 1. Bitumen surfacing of Ekunfi to Adansi to Imuna to Uwia to Safa to Otuam Prologue feeder road. That was phase 1, and it covers the first 10 kilometers. 2. Bitumen surfacing of Ekunfi to Adansi to Imuna to Ora to Safa to Otuam feeder road, constituting the phase 2, also measures 10.1 kilometers. That is from kilometer 10. 11.1 kilometers from kilometer 10 to kilometer 21.1. Mr. Speaker, both contracts commenced on 15th August 2016 with an intended completion date of 6 February 2018. The contractors performed abysmally and achieved only 11.4% and 5% respectively. Due to the excessive delay and the extremely low progress, the contracts were terminated on 13th August 2020 for non-performance. The terminated contracts were repackaged as follows. 1. Upgrading of Ekunfi Adansi to Imuna to Otuam feeder road as phase 1, covering the first 5 kilometers on 16th December 2021. And then upgrading of Ekunfi Adansi to Imuna to Otuam road as second phase from kilometer 5 to kilometer 10. That is a length of 5 kilometers on 16th December 2021, and the same road as a third phase from kilometer 10 to kilometer 15, also 5 kilometers. And then the upgrading, the fourth lot was the upgrading of Uwia Junction to Ejankwa feeder road as phase 4, also covering a distance of 6.10 kilometers. There is a future program, Mr. Speaker, and is that these phases, that phase 1 and 2 contracts were awarded on 16th December 2021 for commencement. The remaining phases 3 and 4 are soon to be procured. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Kumfi.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister if he will supply me the names of the contractors so that I can do a follow-up. The one that they have awarded, he made mention that the first road has been divided into 2 lots, lot 1 and 2. If those contractors' names can be provided to me, so that I will do a follow-up.
You want the Minister to supply the contractors,
yeah,
so that you can do your own.
Pardon me, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Minister is requesting that you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the name of the first contractor is Mrs. Max Estimates Limited. And the contract sum is 13.867 million Ghana cedis. The name of the second contractor is the same, and this is phase 1, phase 2. And if my honorable colleagues need further information about the contract, Mr. Speaker, he can contact me after this, and I will furnish him.
Very well. So, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's better you contact him.
Okay, I also want to know, apparently, those contractors he made mention were not on site. May I know when exactly they will be on site?
But if I got you right, you said you should provide you the contractors so that you do the follow-up yourselves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of that, but when are they coming on site? Because those ones are not on site. The one that the contract has been awarded for, they are not on site for the past few years.
Yes, yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the wish of my ministry, the wish of my good self, the wish of government is that the contractors should have been on site even yesterday. But because they are not on site, I cannot say exactly when they are prepared to come. But there is a limit to which that contractors can go. And we are giving them a maximum of about 2 weeks. If they don't come on site, we shall do the needful, because they cannot hold the good people of your constituency to ransom. And the interest of the people is always supreme. Thank you very much.
We move to Honorable, we've exhausted here. You've had 3 supplementary
you gave
questions.
me 2 opportunities. I think I had 3. Oh.
You've had 3 supplementary questions.
But you gave me 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the minister has given me an assurance that in the next 2 weeks, definitely I will see the contractors. If not, they will do the needful. With the due respect, I believe this is an assurance that he can give to me through this house. And I'm very glad to that. Thank you.
Minister, this assurance is already given. Very well. So we move to question number 495. Question number 495. And the question stands in the name of a member for Pru East. Honorable Dr. Kwabena Donko. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity of asking this question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following feeder roads will be rehabilitated. Yeji Abrumase, Yeji Konkoma Kajai Road, Yeji Bomodene Inchamba Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to give a brief background to these three roads. Yeji Ebrumase, measuring 56 kilometers, Yeji Konkoma to Kajai, measuring 9 kilometers, and Yeji Bomadan to Nchamba, of length 25 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the above roads are identified feeder roads located in the Pru East District of the Bono East region. They are engineered roads that in poor conditions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are no rehabilitation program on these roads, but there is a future program. Mr. Speaker, engineering design studies will be conducted on these roads by the end of the first quarter of 2022 to assess and determine the appropriate intervention for rehabilitating the roads. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister, I won't say ensure, assist in the interim with some remedial works to enable farmers bring their produce to the market? Mr. Speaker, as we enter the rainy season, this particular area is a major food basket, and I will humbly beseech the Minister that he considers some remedial works even as they wait for 2023. Will the Minister consider some remedial works? Thank you.
The Minister is smiling, so I can say that he's going to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very fair, legitimate request, and I will urge him that we have to work together. It's important, and these are feeder roads, and they end up at food gates, and I know the area that is being discussed is a food basket area, and it's important that we give access roads to all farm gates, and these three roads are part of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to rather urge my honorable colleague that we should team up and do exactly as he has requested, and the government will do that, because when we promise, we do. Thank you.
Very well. We move to question number 614. Question number 614, and it stands in the name of Honorable Abet Akuka Aluzuga, member for Garu. Honorable Member, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. But, Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, my name is Alalzuga, not Alzuga. Alalzuga is A-L-A-L. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the roads in the Garu Township will be completed. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Galu is a district capital in the Upper East region. The town is located on the Misiga to Galu to Sisi Road, which forms part of the National Route N2, also referred to as the Eastern Corridor Road. Mr. Speaker, currently the trunk road through Galu Township, including some selected roads within the township, has been awarded on contract, titled Wrestling / Upgrading of Misiga to Galu to Sicily Road, measuring 24.3 kilometers to 28.3 kilometers. That's between 24.3 to 28.3 kilometers. That's a distance of about 4 kilometers. Then Galu Town Road, 1.2 kilometers, and Galu District Assembly Road of just about 450 meters. Mr. Speaker, the contract commenced on 7th November 2019 and its intended completion date was 5th May 2021. The scope of works involves resealing of the existing bituminous surface and upgrading of the gravel section to bituminous surface. Mr. Speaker, the total length of roads covered under the contract is 5.65 kilometers, made up of 4 kilometers of trunk road through the town and 1.65 kilometers of town roads. Mr. Speaker, to date, the contractor has executed the following works: 3,300 meters of concrete U-drains, 4 number 1/900 millimeter diameter pad covers. The physical progress of work is estimated at 28%. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has vacated site for some time due to delay in payment for work done. Warning letters have been issued to the contractor to return to site and reactivate the contract. The contractor is expected to submit a revised program of works. The Ghana Authority shall monitor the contractor's response, various letters written, and shall take the necessary to terminate the contract if need be. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member needs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the forms, this contract was awarded in November 2019, November 2019, November 2020, November 2021, and now we are in 2022. 3 years now, Mr. Speaker. The minister is telling us that only 28% work has been done, and the contractor has vacated site, and he's written warning letters, and we don't even know when the contractor is coming to site. Can the minister?
Honorable, the question.
Yes, my question is, can the minister tell us when the contractor will get back to site? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, when will the contractor get back to the site?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I always share the worries of my colleagues whenever the projects in their constituencies are held up like this. And I know and I understand every MP will be anxious to see a new contractor, if need be, on the road. But from our point of view, we are always a little cautious in terminating contracts. Because I have said here a number of times, and I've even said it a short while ago, that once you terminate a contract, you are compelled to restart the procurement process. And at times, and really in almost all cases, it takes a longer time to get a contractor on site than perhaps trying to engage the contractor who is already on site and addressing the problems if need be. In this case, it was part of it was delay in payment. So in such circumstances, Mr. Speaker, if you engage a contractor and you are convinced that he has the capacity to work and you're able to sort the financial issue out with him, it's always simpler and faster. That's why at times it causes some of these delays. But if you look at the percentage completion, 28% completion. In fact, anybody who understands project execution, if you do 28% of it and you are unable to continue, then there is a problem with the contractor's capacity. So, Mr. Speaker, to cut a long story short, once we have written to him, every warning letter will carry a date for response. It will not be an open-ended letter. But I don't have those dates here. But we are monitoring. That's why the last sentence of my answer indicated that Ghana Highway Authority, the agency under whose jurisdiction this project falls, is keenly following it up and monitoring it, so that at the right time, if it has to be terminated, it will be terminated, and we will make sure we bring back a contractor as soon as practicable. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, are you not satisfied?
Yes, yes. I still have two more follow-up questions, Honorable Speaker. With your permission, please.
Very well.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the road in question, the first part, according to the Minister's narration here, the road stretches from Misiga in the Boku district to Garu, and it passes through linking up the Gambaga Scap. But the first part contract was awarded somewhere in 2018, and even prior to 2018. But I brought a question to the minister in 2018, and the minister assured me that they were going to ensure that the contractor comes back. That contractor is different from the current contractor who's working on the township roads. And Mr. Speaker, if you are traveling from Boku to Garu and see
my brother,
the route,
the question.
Yes, my question is that the minister needs some assurance as to how quick the road can be fixed, because this road is causing a lot of accidents. People are dying. There are a lot of broken limbs because our main means of transport around the area is motorbikes, and there are a lot of potholes, especially from Garu to Sisi. There's some place there I can say is even a pond, not a pothole.
Honourable member, you say you need assurance.
Yes.
Yes.
When can the minister fix the road for the people of Garu? Because I'm very concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, give him some comfort. He wants assurance.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps fortunately for my colleague MP, Gano Timpani constituency, that area, I know it. I know the area very well. And I know this particular road because I have traveled on it a number of times, particularly when there is a major bridge there that got broken. An articulator came on it and it got broken.
I think that time, I don't know whether you were in Parliament, I think your predecessor, MP, my honorable friend, my chairman. No, so I know that road very well. Mr. Speaker, that road is important that until work is done on it, we bring it under our mobile maintenance unit. And we have been following up on it. And Mr. Speaker, he has even vindicated me. He has asked a question on this road before, and he reminded me, and it's true, I can confirm that, in 2018, 2019, there was a contractor on that road, but because of his lackadaisical attitude and was not working well, I gave him the assurance that we shall monitor work on that road. The contractor was not working well. We replaced him. But even the second contractor also did not work to our expectation, regrettably and unfortunately. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a vindication that we keep close eye on that road. And I want to assure him that I will continue to do that. But I will also call on him that we have to dialogue from time to time as a reminder for the work to be done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this one is an appeal. Just like the minister is saying, I want the minister to, I want to appeal to the minister that in fact, the people, the main route, the only route in the area, that's the main route linking up the north and then the south, is that route. So I want to appeal to the minister to really act on this route, because anytime it rains, I want to appeal to the minister that he should pass on that route and see, because that was about 2 years ago that you passed on the route. I want to appeal to you that please have compassion on the people of Garu and then fix that route for us. Thank you very much.
The compassion is given. We move to question number 616. Question number 616. And the question stands the name and a member for Nalugu Gambaga. Honorable Seidu Isifu. Yes, honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has for the following roads network in my constituency. Kulgwana Sumnimboma Kolonvai Road, 1. 2. Zarantinga Zambulgu Yinyora Yiri Jargetinga and Tichirge Taba Road. 3. Kulgwana Lafurum Takoratinga stretch of roads. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kugona to Sumiboma to Kulinval Road, measuring 8 kilometers, the Zaratinga to Zambu Lugo to Yoyo Ranyere to Jerry Tinga to Tichiri Taba Road, measuring 15 kilometers, and the Kugo now to Rafulim to Kurantinga Road are feeder roads located in the East Mampusi district of the Northeast region. They are poor roads with gravel and earth sections. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are no programs on these 3 roads. But the future arrangement, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering design studies and condition survey have been carried out on the roads and cost estimates prepared for sport improvement and rehabilitation interventions. The implementation of these interventions will, however, be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Seidu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister mentioned some villages. I don't know whether that is what I referred to, but that is on a lighter note. I want to find out from him, as part of the normal routine maintenance that the ministry carries out, does he have a plan, something that we can do on that road to make it motorable? Mr. Speaker, currently, on this stretch of roads, you cannot get a pickup to ply on it successfully. The only vehicle that can go on this road is a tractor. But these are people who are committed. Every year they go to vote. They continue to support what we are doing in Parliament in whatever way. I want to find out from the minister whether we can have something that we can do in the interim so that the people can use this road. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, any remedial measures?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure all honorable colleagues of this honorable House, and indeed the people of this country, that there is no road lying anywhere which is outside the watch of the ministry. The ministry is in full control, and for that matter, government, we are in full control of the total road network size of our country, of close to 80,000 kilometers. But of course, naturally, Mr. Speaker, work on these roads cannot all be done simultaneously. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I have indicated that the future program for these roads is that, even as at now, engineering design studies and condition surveys have been carried out on these roads, and my ministry is in possession of cost estimates, except that its implementation is futuristic, and that we are prepared to carry out sport improvements and rehabilitation interventions. So until we come back and award those contracts and under the 2023 budget as programmed in our database, I will assure you that the sport improvements and the rehabilitation interventions, which all fall under our maintenance program, will be carried out to make the road motorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We turn to page 5. Honorable said we haven't finished. Okay, let's see.
With your permission, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister is saying that the routine maintenance, he will look at it. Is he going to give me an idea when we will have this routine maintenance on this road? Thank you.
Minister, when will the routine maintenance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you talk about routine maintenance, it's an ongoing program, and we have even broken it down to the to regional basis. So every region, all the 16 regions of our country, have their respective programs and maintenance. Because it's something which is ongoing. That is why, and I believe a number of our colleagues here can testify to it. That's why if there is an emergency road intervention in, say, northern region, and it's reported to us, engineers will rush there and work on it the same day. At times it takes some few hours. Engineers will be there because we have regionalized all the programs. It's like we have decentralized the maintenance program. So, Mr. Speaker, I will urge my honorable colleague that, and I am appealing to you now to help me with this exercise. When you visit your region, you can go to our feeder roads department and discuss it with the regional director, because the program is being handled by the regional directors in all the regions. And if you like, ask colleagues, even whilst there, you can pick a phone and call me, and we talk about it, and your constituency will benefit from this immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Seidu. Yes, let me come to page 5, question number 634. 634. And the question stands the name of Honorable Ademu Ramadan, member for Adentan. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work on the Peace B Junction to Abinwaha Road will commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the La Nquantanan Medina municipality is one of the 29 assemblies in the Greater Accra region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Greater Accra Regional Entity Tender Committee approved and awarded the project titled Upgrading of Ajay Onano Street and Abinwaha Area Roads, and then Adentan Roads measuring 4.6 kilometers under Lot 2 on 1st August 2019. The project commenced on 26 February 2020 for completion by 26 February 2022. The progress of work to date is at just 4% physical completion. To date, 500 meters of 0.6 meter U drain and 500 meters of gravel works up to base level have been completed. The contractor is on site and work are ongoing. The program for the future, Mr. Speaker, is that the Department of Urban Roads will get the contractor to officially request for extension of time for approval to enable him to complete all outstanding works. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Ramadan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the background, this project is in Adenta constituency, or Adenta district, not the Lamquantana Medina area as captured in the background. And Mr. Speaker, you would find that the question I asked was, when will the road works commence? I asked that because in the last 13 months of my tenure as Member of Parliament, the contractor hasn't been on site at all. And you find that the contract was awarded in August of 2019. He commenced work in February of 2020. And by the close of that year, when he abandoned site, he hasn't come back to site again. I see that the answer says the contractor is on site and works are ongoing. The contractor hasn't been on site in the last 13, 14 months. Mr. Speaker, the name of the contractor I'm aware is Udell Company Limited. But Mr. Speaker, I know the road minister. I know what he's able to do. I'm not going to ask any further questions on this, but what I'm going to do is that I'm going to invite him. Please invite him to come to my constituency, because I can't thank him enough for his intervention on that bridge where we lost the life of the 7-year-old boy. So I'm inviting the minister to please come to the constituency to inspect that project and then other very other very important roads within the community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm to call him, I'll call him Honorable Minister Osadieyo. Oka Oyo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, so much accolade. So we also thank you. So, honorable members, on your behalf, I would like to thank the Minister for Roads and Highways for attending upon the House to answer 7 separate questions. Honorable Minister, we thank you, and you are hereby discharged. Honorable Member for Inshias, what? You wanted to ask me a question? No. All the questions were constituency specific, and we gave. Which one?
Mr. Speaker, with the highest respect, if you oblige me. Mr. Speaker, last week I answered a question here from one honorable
members. Let's be attentive.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with the highest respect, if you oblige me, I answered a question here on the floor from one of the honorable colleagues. He wanted to ask me to apprise this honorable house about 4,000 kilometers of road intervention that had been undertaken by the government between 2017 and 2021 under the government of His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has done marvelously well, and his performance in the road sector is unprecedented since independence of 1957 of our country. And he was said to have picked that information from the press briefing that I gave on 23rd May 2021. But he had picked that information from one of the newspapers.
and I indicated to him that I don't remember making that exact comment, and we could have done even more or less of what he was talking about. Mr. Speaker, the first deputy speaker who was in the chair at that time mandated me to lay a paper on it to prove what I was talking about. And since it came from the chair, I had no choice, and I still have no choice but to comply. So, Mr. Speaker, I have on my hand a copy of the full text of my press briefing on the said date. And I have a copy on hand that I want to lay before this House. And to answer the question that he asked, I can also confirm that yes, he was talking about 4,000 kilometers of road intervention between 2017 and 2021 under President Akufo-Addo's government, and he wanted a proof of it. Mr. Speaker, the proof of it is that I have compiled all the road interventions between that period, and the total 4,263.37 kilometers. And Mr. Speaker, my ministry, because we want to offer a prima facie evidence of what we have done, are broken the road interventions into regions, and it covers all the 16 regions of our country. And we have also gone further to itemize all the road activities that constitute that total kilometerage of road work on. And Mr. Speaker, we have also given detailed breakdown of all the projects throughout the country between the aforementioned period. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission and with the highest respect, I want to lay these two voluminous documents for the perusal of all doubting Thomases and anybody who cares. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Meanwhile, as I said, you've already been discharged. I hope you are not going to. Okay. So, Minister, you are discharged. Let me hear you, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's just an appeal that I'm going to make, that on the document that he has laid, instead of just laying it, it should be captured into the official report, so that it will be printed with the official report, so that every member will automatically have a copy for verification, since he's claiming all the details up to the districts and where the things have been done, so that at least there could be better verification. So if that could be made to be part of the official reports of today, so that it's just not about laying and leaving it there, so that it be part of the official report.
Well. Yes. But
yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's consequential. The Honourable Minority Chief Whip knows that when documents are laid, they are not laid for the cosmetic effect of laying. They become part of the records of the House, and that is what it is. So he wants every member to have a copy, and this will form part of the official reports. Yeah, what I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that what you said, in other words, it was superfluous. Mr. Speaker, for the records, if in the past any document was ever laid and same did not form part of the official report, then I beg to say that it was in error. Because once a document is laid, by a minister or a member of parliament as part of his debate is supposed to be part of the official report.
Yeah. Well noted. I think this is just a matter of emphasis. So I think we are not in dispute. So table, please take note. Honourable members, let us now turn to item number 5. Item number 5 on today's today's order paper, that is business statement for the ensuing week. So the deputy majority leader is here, and I believe he has a mandate to present it to the House.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. The chair of the committee is unavoidably absent, and as you rightly said, I am the vice chair, and I have his permission to proceed with your leave.
Well.
You were not there. I was there. Yes. Ahmed was there. Leader was there. You left. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move this House to adopt the Business Committee's report for the ensuing week. And Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I shall proceed with the necessary information contained in the report, page 1 and 2, and the necessary attachments. Mr. Speaker, your committee met yesterday and, having exhausted all deliberations, came to the following conclusions: that in total we take 45 questions in the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, there is no urgent question for consideration. And Mr. Speaker may again, at your discretion, admit statements under Order 72 and 72 of our rules. Mr. Speaker may also permit papers to be laid and reports of committees also presented. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, once there are motions and resolutions, you may exercise discretion to permit same after same have been debated. Mr. Speaker, we propose for consideration of plenary the following. One, that on Wednesday, the 23rd of February, a committee of the whole be held to enable NIA update the House on the ongoing registration of Ghanaians regarding the ECOWAS ID cards, also known as Ghana card, and other electronic registrations currently going on in the country. Mr. Speaker, members would have to brief their constituents, and we believe that members must be fully updated on this all-important matter. Mr. Speaker, also, there are matters of pleasure and profits that would have to be considered by the House. And we have agreed to look at that also on the 23rd of February, 2022. These are very important matters that affect members. The Speaker, we expect Mr. President to deliver a message on the state of the nation on the 3rd of March 2022. Mr. Speaker, the attached is the schedule of proceedings for the ensuing week. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, if you go to Thursday, the 24th of February. Thursday, the 24th of February. The Finance Committee is going to lay the report of an agreement amongst the government of Ghana, the Deutsche Bank, and TMF Global Services for an amount of 38 million for the construction and equipping of 40-bed district hospitals at the following communities: Ayensuano, Efiduase, and Offenso, and the completion and equipping of the Old Tafo Maternity and Kumasi South Maternity blocks. Mr. Speaker, health is life. These are very important health projects, and the government is committed to getting these done. Mr. Speaker,
not only that, again, the Finance Committee also has for us another report, which report is also going to be laid for additional facilities for the aforementioned hospitals. So, Mr. Speaker, these are very, very critical matters. There are some motions by members, and Mr. Speaker, all of them have been so put down for consideration. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee is of the view that members must take advantage of their privileges on the House floor. Situations where members will file a motion or even file a question without waiting for Mr. Speaker to admit, and they will find themselves litigating or arguing, same in the media. The committee is of the view that this must be discouraged. Mr. Speaker, the minority Mr. Speaker, your committee is encouraging members of Parliament to use the tools available to them as members of Parliament. That they are being encouraged to allow due process and prudence to guide all their actions on the House floor. So, for instance, if you file a motion until same is admitted, because admissibility is the sole mandate of Mr. Speaker. So if you don't wait for Mr. Speaker to admit him and you go out litigating, then Mr. Speaker, you are creating problems for the House. So, Mr. Speaker, we are encouraging members to utilize all the tools available within the rules guiding our deliberations so that they will be effective. Mr. Speaker, that is the call on them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
You wouldn't even allow me to invite you. Anyway, go on, Honorable.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going through the business statement, the almighty E-levy didn't get provision or space in the budget statement. The Speaker, may I know when the E-levy will be brought back to the floor of the House for us to continue? Because, the Speaker, I say so because some honorable members on the other side, the Speaker, are going around in the country telling Ghanaians that some of us at this house are secretly supporting the E-levy. Whether or not we support the E-levy, it must be brought to the floor of the House so that the numbers will indicate so. The Speaker, some of their leaders have also had a cause to blame Mr. Speaker for not being in the seat for the E-levy to be taken. Mr. Speaker has been in the country for 1 week. He's been sitting. Mr. Speaker, today we are reading the business statement, and there's no indication to that effect. Then when Mr. Speaker travels, they will come and blame him again. They must be serious, Mr. Speaker. You must react to that.
Yes, we are on Sevi room. So
Yes.
let me come to Budi.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for recognizing that we are talking about sexual roles because some of the roles are bad. Last week, I complained about the bad nature of Bodi and Ibensu Road. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders is specific. I filed an urgent question, and this is about 3 months ago. Urgent question. And I'm aware that Mr. Speaker has approved it, has admitted it. And I've been trying for the past 3 weeks to find out from the business committee, the deputy majority leader, who has been reading the business committee for the last 3 weeks, to tell us, the people of Buodi and Ibensu, when that stretch of road will be constructed. I am struggling to get answers to this simple question. Again, can the deputy majority leader tell me, and for that matter, the people of Buodi and Ibensu, when? Last week, he tried to explain that for the road to be worked on, it depends on E-levy. I just want him to know that I filed the question before the E-levy was tabled. I filed that urgent question before the E-levy was tabled. So there is no relationship between Ibensu Bodi Road and E-levy. Can you tell us when Ibensu Bodi Road will be constructed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me go to Adanse. New Adviasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prior to recess, a lot of questions were advertised and were due to be asked, including my own question to the Energy Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thought that, upon resumption, it will automatically follow that the questions that were not, answered before recess will be some of the first questions to be asked. We are in the 5th week already, and they cannot still find expression in the business statement. I was wondering what has become of those questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me come to Tamale North.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Business Committee for the work done, giving an indication of what work awaits us next week. Mr. Speaker, last week I raised a matter of national concern, and I expected the Business Committee to take on board that issue and make space for it this week. However, Mr. Speaker, going through the business statement, it seems the Business Committee does not find it necessary to put it on the business for next week. And I wish to find out from the Business Committee if that impression is right or it is being considered for another day. Mr. Speaker, I recall requesting the Business Committee to make space for the House to be briefed on the ongoing media harassment in the country by the National Media Commission through the Minister of Information. The Speaker, this is very crucial, especially given the ranking of Ghana internationally as far as press freedom is concerned, and the growing concern of lovers of democracy and watchers of democracy when it comes to whether or not we are promoting or stifling free speech in this country. Mr. Speaker, a democracy is as good as its free media. And so I will reiterate my call and hope that the Business Committee
will find it important for this House to be briefed on the state of media in Ghana by the National Media Commission and the role that they are playing to promote media growth and free speech in this country. Mr. Speaker, related also to this is a call that the minority leader made for the Business Committee to invite the National Identification Authority to brief this House on the status of the program so far. The Speaker, going through, I missed any provision for that, and if it is in the business statement for the day, I will submit myself to guidance. But, Mr. Speaker, the very important issue of free press, media independence in this country needs to be taken seriously by the Business Committee for the House to engage with the National Media Commission on the way forward. I thank you very much.
But, Honourable Member, alternatively, can't you file a question inviting the Minister to? You can't do that.
Mr. Speaker,
is that not possible?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your guidance. Indeed, I have written a statement also on this matter, which is before your office, and I'm hoping that when that is also finally called, it will reiterate this call that I'm making. I feel that the House needs to be briefed appropriately. Beyond just filing a question, I feel it will be more useful if the statement is admitted and made and followed by a briefing of this House by the National Media Commission. But, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your suggestion also, and I'll discuss that further with leadership.
Honourable members, hold on. Let me ask the Deputy Leader to respond to the concerns raised. Afterwards, we'll come back to you. So, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that Honorable Suhini filed a statement and he knows that he has to wait for same to be admitted. I was there when his leader made a recommendation. I believe that he should rather wait for the opportunity for him to make the statement. I, however, disagree with the contention made by him to the effect that there is state harassment of the media. It is never correct. And I don't think that you should give that impression of your own country, that in this country, the government is harassing media personalities. You know it is not correct. And I don't want it to come from you as a member of parliament. You know that. True, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Samsnahi also raised an issue about his president. You know, he's a very senior member and he's been in leadership before. I wouldn't want to litigate the issue. But if indeed it is your case that Mr. Speaker has admitted your question, if indeed it is your case, I don't know whether you slipped. But admissibility is the sole mandate of Mr. Speaker. And when Mr. Speaker admits, he will channel it through the table office. I do not want you to create the impression that it is the responsibility of the business committee. That's what you said. So all that I would want to say is that work through your whips so that your whips will liaise with the table office. If it comes up
we will deal with it. If it comes up, we will deal with it. But I do not think that the table office brought your question and we refused to consider it. Just for the records. That notwithstanding, I reiterate my earlier answer to you that it will take money to fix the road. And I want the people of Bodi to know that when the person is finally admitted and there are steps to be taken, it will require money. And government is saying that the situation is such that we need another source of funding. We need to generate revenue. And that is why the E-levy was introduced. And tell your people that you are against the E-levy. You are against the E-levy. Tell your people. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kando, whose constituency shares border with Bodi, Dwaboso, and Bodi, when you decided to divide it, you did Kokofo and gave it to him. Mr. Speaker, he wants to know about the states.
Honorable Kando, some of these things, take it kind of lightly.
Mr. Speaker, he wants to know about the status of the E-levy. The E-levy will come on. If you know you have some unavoidable commitment, proceed and pursue same. Like Honorable Jinapo said, if there are some emergency, there are some medical appointments outside the country, please go. You see, as you remain here in Accra, people are staging coup against your constituency. The police station, the branch executives, your constituency executives, they are looking for you. Minority. People are digging holes in your backyard. You stay in Accra. You stay in Accra. They are reorganizing behind you. Okay. Mr. Speaker, it's up to them. The Okonfo is suffering. The Sekla too is suffering. The Oyarifo is suffering. Mr. Speaker, both of you, political leaders, both consensus and pass the E-levy. The two of you, here and there. Yesterday, we considered the Sputnik report by consensus. Why don't we do same for the E-levy by consensus? I thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
Please, I'll come to you. Let me come to Honorable Kofi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Deputy Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader has been making reference to E-levy in all the answers he was given. You are in the business statement, there was nothing said about the E-levy. This is a very important government policy. The Minister of Finance and the whole government machinery is on a country tour, visiting every region, explaining to people about how important it is, except for where it matters most, Parliament, where we will vote. It's not even a business statement this week. Mr. Speaker, we want to know the direction from government on that E-levy policy. It has to be explained. It's not in your business statement this week. Is it no longer a priority? Please let us know. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the Deputy Leader talked about the State of the Nation address, a very important occasion called for by the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, hopefully the president will have been back from his world tour. I'm sure he'll be back by that time. I want to be sure. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, how are we preparing for the State of the Nation address? It's a very solemn occasion that this August House will have a lot of very important visitors. I visited, for example, Mr. Speaker mentioned the other day, I saw a whole bunch of buckets, water not flowing here and there. Mr. Speaker, the leader must address how we are preparing, especially making sure that we use the opportunity to fix certain things that are not rightly working in this chamber for this very important occasion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Whole Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I come under Standing Order 168.4 to find out from the Deputy Majority Leader when he will program the House Committee to brief this House about the facilities that we are working in. Reference particularly to Job 600. There are so many things which have deteriorated within the block. But I can't remember whether they are paying any attention to the facilities we are in. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the west lift, only one has been functioning for a long time. If you come to the middle lift, there are 2 lifts at the back for haulage of goods. Only one has been functioning for about 2 years now. Now, if you come to the east, one of the lifts intermittently is stopping as you enter it. So I think it is the responsibility of the House Committee to come and brief us about the status. Now, if you are even moving around the corridors, you can hear the drumming under your feet of some of the tiles, which have decided to release themselves into drums. So I think that the Business Committee should list the House Committee to come and brief us, the House, about the facilities in which we are working. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Sora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question relates to that of Honorable Samson Ahi. It concerns questions. But Mr. Speaker, it looks like leader and then Honorable Chairman Sambosu, they have a style. Anytime we raise issues concerning questions, they will simply direct us to see our hips. But Mr. Speaker, my concern is agent questions are supposed to be agent questions. You file an agent question, it takes about 3 months for the question to be answered. And it loses its value as an agent question. I filed an agent question in May. The question finally appeared on the other paper somewhere August or September. The Speaker, as we talk, I filed an agent question. This is the 3rd week. Before the question comes, it has lost its value. We filed agent questions concerning agent issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy if we come very clear on this. Let's be committed to our standing orders. If agent questions are supposed to take 10 days, let it be 10 days. It should not go beyond that. And so, my kind request is that leaders should not keep referring us to see our leaders on questions, because we follow up and we are certain that the questions are admitted. That is why we raise issues when we are on the floor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kubitu, I'll come to you, but let's clear this. When a question is filed as agent, is it a matter that the Speaker will also have to see the question as agent? Because the questioner, the owner of the question, may see that the question is urgent, but the speaker may not see that question as urgent. Incidentally, I'm admitting most of the questions. And I'm not saying we don't admit your questions if they are urgent. But some of them do not actually come into the picture as urgent questions. So on such questions, we may admit them as normal questions. So I want members to get this clearly, that the mere fact you have asked a question and have indicated that it must be processed urgently does not necessarily mean that the speaker may admit it that way. It depends on the nature of the question. If the question actually calls for that, it will be admitted for that. But if it doesn't actually call for the process to be done urgently, we process it on the normal basis. I want this to be made clear to members. Well, leader.
Just to add to what you said, if you look at our standing orders, 64, is with the prior approval of Mr. Speaker, meaning that a speaker that determines the agency. So maybe what we should do to improve the communication is, when I file agent and speaker doesn't see that it is agent, I should be communicated to. So when I'm communicated to, I know that speaker has rejected the agency, and therefore it has to take the full length. But if I don't get to know, I will continue to complain that I filed an agent question and I've not heard. I think if we do that, it will help. But obviously, speaker's discretion determines the agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think Order 66 is clear on this matter. Under Order 66.3, the clerk is supposed to keep questions record book, from which status of all questions can be ascertained. So, in respect of that of Honorable Ahi, it appears the leader was unable to indicate exactly the status of the person. So, Honorable Ahi just whispered that he is going to inspect the questions record book to know the status of that person. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that all the questions that have been asked and which have not been answered for months, some for 3-4 months, for weeks, members can respect the questions record book to ascertain the status of the questions.
Yeah, that can be done.
Speaker, I thank you for the space. Just to support my colleague, the Honorable Minority Whip, but we also have to be fair to the table of affairs. If you look at the current question form, there has been some subtle improvement on the current question form. There is a provision which has been added where the members' contact has been, a portion has been provided for members to provide his or her contact, and some other features. What it means is that, and I've experienced it, if you file a question and it goes to Mr. Speaker, and Speaker so decides that the question proposed is not of urgent nature, the table office will be able to communicate with you, to inform you, for you to amend. No, they do it. I have experienced that from them. Probably they should improve upon it. I am saying that they have taken conscious effort to improve it, and we must recognize it. And we as PAPE must also improve this communication with the table office.
Thank you very much. So let me now come to member for Northton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for finally calling me. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader gives indication at page 1, item number 3, that there will be a committee of the whole on Wednesday, 23rd February 2022 to engage the National Identification Authority on the ongoing registration of the citizenry towards the acquisition of the ECOWAS identity card. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest to the business committee, and for that matter, the deputy majority leader, that the scope is too narrow. When they come, we would also be interested in whether the e-card, the Ghana card, has become an e-passport or not. And that whole brouhaha with ICAO and matters that are related to it. So I think that notice should go to the NIA that when they come to the House, they shouldn't have this rather narrow agenda as the only matter that members will be interested in. We will be interested in that whole brouhaha about the Ghana card, whether it has become an e-passport and whether you can fly to other jurisdictions without a passport. Then, Mr. Speaker, I also want to use this opportunity to ask the Deputy Majority Leader to kindly draw the attention of the Executive that under Act 463, the Presidential Office Act of 1993, they are obliged to present to this House an annual report on the status of staffing, as Section 11 provides under Act 463. The Executive has within 3 months, and we are approaching March. That will be the last month. My checks indicate that it has not yet been provided. So if the Deputy Majority Leader can keep that on the agenda so that the Executive will be duly reminded to carry out their legal mandate under the Presidential Office Act 1993 Act 463. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Honorable Dafiama.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the business statement. Mr. Speaker, I will make my submission pursuant to Article 106, subclauses 4, 5, 6 of the Constitution, and submit that on or about the 15th of December, the Finance Minister brought the electronic transfer levy bill to Parliament. It was appropriately laid and referred to the appropriate committee to consider. Mr. Speaker, the committee had prepared this report and it was distributed to members. What is outstanding is for the report to be properly laid and debated. Mr. Speaker, I reference those constitutional provisions because it appears there's no agency on the part of government that is sponsoring the bill to pursue the appropriate consideration and passage of the bill in this House. And we are running against time. The particular provision in under 106 says that a bill submitted to a committee must not be delayed with more than 3 months. Today is the 18th of February. The bill was brought here as far back as 15th December. We are running against time. And the government, in today's business statement before the House, there's no indication that any work will be done on the bill next week. We were told last week that they may come back, considering the circumstances, to either withdraw the bill and relay same or whatever. There's no indication this time. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly worried because this House was prayed to consider the bill and the certificate of urgency. And it was agreed to. And it was appropriately considered. So why is the government running away from us debating this report? Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, this House is seized with the capacity to effect any amendment to the bill that is presently before us.
It is not anybody's business to amend the bill that is before us. It is our business. We have the power. And there should be no any basis to withdrawing the bill, if indeed the philosophy and the terms will not change. Parliament has the power to even amend the rates that has been proposed in the bill. So I want to urge the government that because they came to the House under a certificate of urgency, they should be very urgent in pursuing the business in respect of this bill. Because statements have been made to the effect that it is Speaker that is frustrating the House from pursuing the bill. Statements have been made. Statements have been made out there. And so it is important that we know that it is not the chair that is frustrating the business of this bill. Even when the Speaker is absent, the House is not incapacitated from pursuing this matter.
Honorable, you've made your point.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge government to help us to lay the bill for us to consider, and whether we reject it or we approve of it, let us pursue it. I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. So I'm giving the last. Okay, let me hear you. Are you Wild West?
Honorable Speaker, I'm Tema East, not Wild West. Honorable Speaker, during last week's business statement discussion, I recall a member asked about the ITAG impasse, and I recall Speaker directed that the minister be brought on the floor to brief us on what government is doing to. But I've looked at last week, this week, and even the ensuing week, there's no indication that the minister would come to brief the House on the ITAG impasse, given the fact that it is in the 6th week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But, Honorable Member, I think yesterday the Minister for Labour was here and he spoke to this particular issue. So even the Minister for Education had indicated to speak, but based on what the Minister for Labour said, he declined to speak. So almost, I believe the discussion is almost coming to a close. And the ranking member for Education also collaborated with that particular issue. So probably that is why it is not part of the statement anyway. Let me come to Honorable Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Deputy Majority Leader and the Acting Chairman of the Business Committee, when the statutory funds will be programmed for consideration in this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because the Business Committee, even though programs what comes to them from the Speaker's office, and yesterday, none of the 3 funds, District Assembly Common Fund, Ghana Educational Trust Fund, National Health Insurance Authority Service Fund, all these 3 funds, Mr. Speaker, you know, by law, 3 months after the passage of the budget, these formulas must be brought to this House for approval. And Mr. Speaker, you know that last year we approved formula for the disbursement of those funds after the last 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that these funds are called statutory funds, and that is why I want to know from the Deputy Majority that when the 2022 formulas will be programmed for the House, because on 3rd March, the President will be coming to this House with the State of the Nation address, which will be debated, and by the end of March, this House will be preparing for adjournment. So if now we are still within the 3 months, and there is no indication as to when those formulas will be programmed for the House to be considered, Mr. Speaker, is a source of worry. And that is not enough, Mr. Speaker. Those that we approved even last year, Mr. Speaker, there has not been disbursement. The whole of 2021, Mr. Speaker, the 2.4 billion cities that we approved for this Assembly Common Fund, there was no transfer from the Minister of Finance to the administrator of this Assembly Common Fund account. And Mr. Speaker, we are into another year, preparing for another formula to be brought. So, Mr. Speaker, it will not be enough for the business committee to only program the 2022 formula for approval in this house. I want the chairman of the business committee, Mr. Speaker, either you let the chairman of the business committee program the Minister for Finance to meet us, Mr. Speaker, for us to know the status of the formula that was approved in 2021.
Honourable, hold on. You are talking of funds, release of funds. The Deputy Minister would like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to know if you really said that the whole of last year the statutory funds were not released. I just want a confirmation of that.
Honourable Deputy Minority Whip, did you say that?
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Deputy Minister for Finance how much was transferred from the Ministry of Finance.
Honourable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I said that. And I said that because what I said was this. Mr. Speaker, I said the 2021 District Assembly formula, common fund formula 2.4 billion that was approved in this house. There was no personal transfer from the Ministry of Finance to the office of the administrator of District Assembly Common Fund. If there was, let the Deputy Minister for Finance give us the figure. How much was transferred? What I know, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, if you are aware, do you remember on the 17th of November, when the Finance Minister was coming to present the budget, and we held a conclave saying that if there is no transfer, we are not going to see it. Mr. Speaker, the $200 million CDs that you want to take from Access Bank, Mr. Speaker, that was for fourth quarter 2020. So the whole 2021, the 2.4 billion, you've not transferred the first one. And if you want us to debate this, Mr. Speaker, that is why I wanted to end my rendition by saying that let us arrange to meet the Minister of Finance for them to come and present to us how much was approved and how much disbursement was made. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time I'm raising this. It has been raised before, and there was a directive from the chair. There was a directive from the chair that the Committee of Local Government and Rural Development and Finance must meet with the Finance Ministry and the administrator of this Assembly Common Fund to reconcile the figures. That meeting never saw the light of day. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it will not be enough to debate it here. So if you will give directive before the formula for 2022 will come, the meeting which never saw the light of day must be reconvened. The leadership of the Committee of Local Government and Rural Development, the leadership of the Committee on Finance, and the leadership, the Ministry of Finance itself, with the administrator of this Assembly Common Fund, we meet and reconcile those here before the formula will come. If we come here, oh, we send this, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Finance himself is a minister, is a member of Parliament. How much was paid in your MP Common Fund account, in your District Assembly Common Fund account?
It's
in Man District, Mr. Speaker, in Banner District Assembly, only 50%.
It's okay. It's Honourable,
it's okay. The situation is bad, and they don't want her to say it.
Well. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much,
Member for
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, initially he said nothing has been paid. Now he's saying something has been paid. This house is a house of records, Mr. Speaker. We have paid some of the DACF. Last year we did pay, and we will continue to pay what is due. Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of records. There's a difference between not paying and now changing the tune to we have paid something. In as much as things are not the way it used to be, we will have to tell the truth in this house. Mr. Speaker, we have paid 2021 DACF. We have paid some. We paid 2021 first quarter. We paid 2021 second quarter. The outstanding is 2023 third quarter. and the fourth quarter is due end of March 2022. This house is a house of records, Mr. Speaker. Let us put out the truth. Let us put out the truth. This is becoming unbecoming, Mr. Speaker. We have to stop this. We have to stop this. They go around saying all kinds of things, and then we don't get the opportunity to comment on these things. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between not paying at all and now changing to say we have paid something. Ask your District Assembly Common Fund, ask your administrator, ask your MCE, whether the whole of 2021 government did not release some monies. Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of records. Let us stop this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, just be mindful of the fact that we are dealing with business statements. We are not dealing with common fund. It's business statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 200 million Access Bank.
Honourable member, leader, I haven't invited you.
Transferred to the District Assembly Common Fund.
I have not invited you, leader.
This is out of record.
I haven't called you. Leader, I haven't invited you. Why? No, you've dealt with all of you. Podo, you've spoken. Let me now give opportunity to minority bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the business statement ending next week clearly states has not made provision for the E-levy to be taken. At the committee, business committee, I emphasized and asked the majority leader whether we are taking him for his word that he's not ready to do the E-levy for next week. And he said it can only come after next week. And I reminded him there was a week, 2-3 weeks ago, the same thing happened, and around the Thursday, Friday, then an addendum was printed to try to do the E-levy. Well, he said some other things happened. That was why that happened. Mr. Speaker, we want to state on record that the business statement for this week, for next week, is clearly indicating that we are not taking the E-levy bill next week. Mr. Speaker, we don't want a situation where during the week attempts to be made to introduce it. Because any attempt to do that will be ambushing. And Mr. Speaker, I would not want to say that we will resist, but that will not be acceptable. Because the standing orders are very, very clear. It is this business statement that determines what we do the subsequent week. So if the business statement is not indicating that there will be E-levy, obviously that will help this house to schedule other things. But if it's going to be introduced unplanned, that we will not accept. And I just thought that we needed to serve this notice. Yes, because it is only when you place it here and all of us know that it's going to happen. What emergency? What emergency? So, Mr. Speaker, we must have clarity, because any attempt to ambush us will not be accepted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Eric, you've spoken, isn't it?
Not on this matter.
Okay, I'll give you the final word. Then the leader will come and respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip raised an issue about the non-payment of the Common Fund. And then the Deputy Minister of Finance raised an objection indicating to this House that some monies have been released to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. The seriousness of this matter stems from the Constitution, because it's a constitutional provision that
for not less than 5% of the common fund should be released to the district assemblies for the development of the assemblies.
On a quarterly basis.
On a quarterly basis. And the member is alleging that this government is denying the assemblies resources to develop the assemblies, the rural communities. The minister says, no, that is not correct. Mr. Speaker, this house must bring finality to this matter. I'm therefore urging you to ask the committee responsible for local government to investigate and report to this house within next week, so that whether the money has been paid or not. If the money has not been paid, and the government is in breach of the constitution, and the minister is here telling us that the money has been paid, then it's a serious matter, Mr. Speaker. It's a very serious matter. Under Article 252, Clause 2, we need to make sure that the constitution has been, complied with. The Honorable Napo standing there knows very well whether the money has been paid or not. But we are not privy to that. So we want to make sure that the truth in this matter is ascertained, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this matter to go without solution. There must be an answer to all the questions having been raised here.
Well. Honorable Napo, he mentioned your name, so
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak. On the first place, my honorable member said Honorable Napo. For record purposes, I'm Honorable Prempe. And legitimately in the House, Member of Parliament from the Siasa. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Banda, in his speech, made 2 allegations, and those allegations cannot stand. One, he said nothing has been paid. That's the first one. And in continuing, he said 50% has been paid. Mr. Speaker, that is the member who started this allegation. He said 50%. The honorable member for Tiwa East, in speaking, acknowledges that 2 quarters have been paid. The consultant for DACF, my honorable friend, Nila Tevandapoy, MP for Nonodio. It is instructive. Consultant for DACF, member of the local government committee, and a key watcher with his fellow brother. He's saying that it is not even 2 quarters as the minister is probably forgetting, and that it is 3 quarters. Mr. Speaker, if it is 3 quarters, and the minister concedes that the 4th quarter has not been paid, the 4th quarter is also not due till the end of March. Where are these allegations from honorable member for God? I'm not talking about you. Why? Why are you laughing? I know that you are not boss. Why? I know you are Sankori. Honorable member for Sankori. Mr. Speaker, I just want us to calm down. We are not speaking at different purposes. It is in our collective interest to have a DSCFP. No government's intention is to undermine the district assembly process. We are all supporting it. The honorable member for Dodio tells me 3 quarters have been paid. And nobody can argue with that honorable member because he's a consultant to DSCF and a member of the local government committee and a key sports analyst and a member of the Atabil's Memorial Foundation. Mr. Speaker, let's listen to him. Thank you.
Leader, I'll come to you, please. Leader, I'll come to you, please. Let me listen to Ododio.
Right now, sir, thank you very much. I want the House to take note that I'm not a consultant to the DSCF. I'm the honorable member of Parliament for the people of Ododio and the ranking member for the local government and rural development committee. And I have so much interest in the development of the district, so I will always argue. You are not. If you are, you will make sure that the districts get the money due them under the constitution to be able to develop themselves. You are not interested. Honorable Speaker, this House asked us to have a meeting with the Finance Committee and the Ministry of Finance to iron out the issues pertaining to the outstanding balances in the DCF allocation. Up to today, they have refused to honor that invitation to meet with us. It is important that this House, the Speaker's desk, directed.
And it disrespected.
There are so many issues pertaining to the releases of common fund. Differences in amounts. We have argued and we've severally said that the so-called 5% that they are giving us is not related to what is on paper. So all these things need to be ironed out. You can't just get a one and tell this is a 5% when we don't know the total revenue that came to government, government that month. But you just get up and say this is a 5%. We want to know what really constitutes 5%, what was the total revenue, and what amount constitutes the 5%. Oh, yes, but I won't mind you. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe seriously, the leader will have to direct and make sure that that directive from the Speaker is carried out, because this is in the interest of all of us in this House. Thank you.
Very well. Leader, let me respectfully come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I think all of us are interested in the proper functioning of the assemblies and indeed, for that matter, the development of the districts in the country. I overheard the member, the Honorable Eric Opoku, talk so much about the release of the amounts for the development of the assemblies. And he's nodding his head. It means that I got him right, that he called for the release of the amounts for the development of the assemblies. The Speaker, the Constitution does not talk about the development of the assemblies. It talks about the development of the districts. The monies that you're talking about are not meant for the development of the assemblies. They are meant for the development of the districts. The Speaker, there's a word of difference. there's a word of difference. Those amounts are not meant for the assemblies. And he's been a regional minister before. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are at that, I think it's important for us to also ensure that the district assemblies live up to their billing. Because it's been made to appear as if their wealth depends on the Mr. Speaker.
Leader, don't listen to them.
Mr. Speaker, may I read Article 245 for the elucidation of the Honorable Eric Opoku. Eric, would you listen to me? Mr. Speaker, the Constitution provides in Article 245. Parliament shall by law prescribe the functions of district assemblies, which shall include the formulation and execution of plans, programs, and strategies for the effective mobilization of the resources necessary for the overall development of the district. Please, why are you adding the assemblies? 245, there's no assemblies there. For the development of the district. Mr. Speaker, you saying for the development of these assemblies?
Mr. Speaker, I refer to 245.
On my feet. Mr. Speaker, it's 245A. It's the development of the district, not the development of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I was just making the point. I was making the point that the development of the district does not depend entirely on the district assembly common fund. We should be stressing that they are charged with
the responsibility of levying and collection of taxes, rates, duties, and fees. Again, for the development of the districts. The Speaker, that is what. The Speaker, I'm reading Article 245. There's no 3 to 245. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what is 2523? 2523 provides the monies accruing to the district assemblies in the common fund shall be distributed among all the district assemblies. The distribution, you are talking about the development. Mr. Speaker, that is a completely different provision. You are distributing it among the district assemblies for the development of the districts, not the development of the district assemblies. I'm surprised members will not understand this simple thing. You distribute the amounts among the district assemblies for the development of the districts, not the development of district assemblies. I thought this is something that you should understand. Mr. Speaker, but I think that the entire House should be concerned. I understand the meeting that is to be called involving the Ministry of Finance and the District Assembly's Common Fund, plus the local government committee has not yet taken place. I think we should facilitate that meeting. Next week is intended for us to have a joint caucus. And one of the issues that we're going to discuss certainly will relate to this. And I guess before then, that meeting should happen. So if the meeting has to happen on Monday or Tuesday, before we're able to meet in the joint caucus on Wednesday or Thursday, what we should be stressing is that that meeting should be facilitated between now and Tuesday, such that the outcome then would influence the information that is transmitted to the House, the joint caucus, on either Wednesday or Thursday. To me, that is the takeaway. That's the takeaway. So, Mr. Speaker, we should be supportive of this to ensure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. So, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Afenyo, are you responding to some of the issues they raised?
Mr. Speaker, until you call me, I wouldn't know whether they are done.
Before we came to this Assembly Common Fund,
yes, there were some issues.
Some of the issues raised. So if you can come and address those.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Suhini did not pay attention to the report because NIA has been programmed to meet with us. So his case that we have not programmed them is not correct. And then again, Honorable Ablako wanted to know about the meeting with the Foreign Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Affairs Committee wrote to the Foreign Ministry and they themselves rescheduled the meeting. So that additional update he needs, I believe he would have to wait on his own committee to do the engagement with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, for members who wanted to know about E-levy, Mr. Speaker, we have provided for bills, motions to be considered. Somebody is asking why is it that the Finance Committee has done its work and the motion has not been considered. If you look at point 2B and C, D, you read, Mr. Speaker, motions may be debated, emphasis 2D. motions may be debated and there are consequential resolutions, if any. It includes the E-levy. It includes the E-levy. So don't create the impression with mischievous intent that government does not intend to pursue its own policy. We provided for it there. We don't need to mention E-levy. We don't need to. It's there. That bills, motions will be considered. The report will be considered as a motion. So, Mr. Speaker, members would have to pay attention when they are...
So, leader, it may include E-levy.
Mr. Speaker, we have provided for bills, motions to be considered. Committees have a number of reports that they are considering, which includes the E-levy.
Is it include or it may include?
Mr. Speaker, it's not about may. It includes. The E-levy is a matter before Parliament. The E-levy report is before us. The Committee on Finance has considered it. So we are saying that that report, when we say report may be considered, it includes it. It includes it. So I don't want that impression to be created. If members want us to have a debate, they should say so. Please, let me proceed. May you sit down. Just sit down, let me finish.
We'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, he would have to sit down for me to proceed.
Leader, he responding to some, you come to you if you are not Leader,
sure.
Allow him to respond.
You are a senior member of the House. Wait, sit down, let me finish.
Sit down, you'll be up to.
Yes, leader, go on. I just wanted to get that clarification that it may or it would. So I just wanted that clarification well. So if it may, then it could be that next week we may take it or we may not take it. But if, I don't know, I just wanted that clarification from you.
Mr. Speaker, grammar is always a problem. Mr. Speaker, that provision includes the E-levy and it may include it as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the floor, I'm responding to them. Mr. Speaker,
leader, I haven't invited you, please. I will let me respond.
Mr. Speaker, do your hand, that's your hand like this. Do it so that he will get it. Yes.
Leader, I'll come to you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let's hear you. I've already moved the House to adopt the report. All the issues have been raised. We've heard them. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, today I am surprised they themselves are complaining about statutory funds. You need funds in your various constituencies. I'm happy the pressure is coming from your constituencies. Assist government to pass the E-levy. Assist government to pass the E-levy. I'm happy the heat is on you. The heat is on you. Or are you for bread or commercial bread? That is why it's here. It's going to be considered. Even when you are sick, you don't want to go for medical treatment. Go for medical treatment. Go. You can't visit your constituencies. Your backyards, pressure mounting your backyard. Go to your constituency, your ward chairman, your ward executives. Your constituency executives are staging coup against you. Don't go. Stay in Accra. You see. Stay in Accra because of E-levy. You want to frustrate government business.
Honorable leader.
I'm telling them the reality. Some of them have not visited their constituencies for several weeks. They know. If you are due for medical review and you don't go, you are worsening your situation. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker has been attending to his medical needs. Why are they not doing the same? Why are you sitting here? All because of E-levy. All because of... No, I'm on my feet, please. You have your turn. I am on my feet, Mr. Speaker. NABCO went. Yes, he went. NABCO went for review. He's back. He went for review. He's back. You should also go. You should also go. You don't even want to shave your beard.
Shame. Because of E-levy. Mr. Speaker, as for this E-levy, Mr. Speaker, you see, Mr. Speaker, the heat in town is not only government, they are also under pressure. Support the E-levy, let's finish it and move on. We take the political risk, no problem. Support us, let's finish it. You are suffering. You know you are suffering individually. Talk your own problems. Talk your talk. You are suffering, are you not suffering? Mr. Speaker, Abuna she says she's suffering. She says she's suffering. No backbenchers to control you.
It's okay. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is completely out of order. It's completely out of order. There are two main issues I'm going to talk about. The E-levy issue, whether it's part of the business statement. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, he was late at the business committee meeting. So by the time he came, we had agreed. Mr. Speaker, how will I? Sit down, I'm talking.
Honorable leader, please.
Honorable leader.
Oh, please, come.
Sit down. The floor is for me. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that he came late to the meeting, and that's a fact. So by the time he came, we had discussed the E-levy issue that it will not feature next week. So if he's saying that it's part of the business statement, that is not true. It is because he wasn't there when we discussed. So I want to give you that information. So that is it. The second one, he said that we should pass the E-levy so that we can get the common fund. Mr. Speaker, we are not asking for common fund that includes the E-levy. Give us the one without the E-levy. That is the one. That's what the law says. So how can you say that we should pass the E-levy before you give the collection that you have, the revenue you have collected, which does not include E-levy? The E-levy should come and bail them. That is not the fact. So, Mr. Speaker, the government should just release the common fund. It is by law that it should pay 5% of tax revenue. It's the constitution of total revenue collected. No. The one you have collected in 2021 doesn't include E-levy. Then you don't even know what you are doing. The one you collected in 2021 without E-levy, release it to the common fund so that this assembly can also get their share. That is what the law says. So don't link the release of the common fund to the E-levy. If the E-levy is eventually passed, which I don't know whether it will pass anyway, if it is passed, the revenue that will be collected, that will include E-levy, will be released in future, not now. So please, it should not throw dust into the eyes of the public that you are not releasing the common fund because the E-levy has not been approved. That is not true. The revenue collected in 2021 doesn't include E-levy. Release 5% of that to the administrator. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we brought the discussion on business statement to a close and is hereby adopted. So we move to what's it? Yes, leader, any indication?
Speaker, if you can go to the other paper addendum and take the item on page 2, listed as item 2 at the commencement of public business.
Well. Honourable members, let's turn to addendum paper page number 2 at the commencement of public business.
Yes, Speaker.
I rise to lay the report of your committee on subsidiary legislation on the Petroleum Local Content and Local Participation Amendment Regulations 2021. Mr. Speaker, before I do so, I want to seek leave of the House to amend paragraph 7.4 of the report to read as follows. The committee recommends that the Minister submits to Parliament the administrative guidelines prepared by the Petroleum Commission to address the concerns raised by the committee in this report. Mr. Speaker, I also want to come under Order 75, Sub-Rule 2, which says that if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by him upon his presentation. Mr. Speaker, in this report, as noted earlier, the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation
Speaker, especially I want him to lay the paper first, and then you can talk to it. You haven't laid it, so you can't talk to it the way you wanted to talk to it.
Very well, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I humbly now lay the paper?
Report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Petroleum Local Content and Local Participation Amendment Regulation 2021.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, in laying this paper, I want to come under Order 75, Sub-Order 2, which reads, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by him upon his presentation. Mr. Speaker, your committee raised a number of concerns in the paper, in the report that has been laid, basically concerning the purport
Yes. Mr. Speaker, just to inform my colleague, the comment that you made on the paper that we were about to present, it had not come to us. So the content will not be known to us. So procedurally, now that you have laid it, I want you to go back and do that amendment. And then we can talk to it the way you have begun now. I'm talking about the amendment that you made to it. You know, you made some amendments. And I'm saying that it can only come after you've laid it. You spoke to it before laying, but that was not known to the House. So if you can start from afresh.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment requested by the committee is in respect of paragraph 7.4, which reads, the committee recommends that the Minister submits to Parliament administrative guidelines prepared by the Petroleum Commission to address the concerns raised by the committee. And Mr. Speaker, the concerns raised by the committee were basically three. First one deals with the discretionary power which has been granted the Petroleum Commission by the proposed regulations, by the regulations, to direct that channel partnerships and strategic alliances may be formed for purposes of complying with the local content and local participation requirements. The committee took the view that there is a need for detailed rules and guidelines to ring-fence the discretionary power of the Commission so that it is not abused in accordance with Article 296 of the Constitution. Secondly, the committee was of the view that there is a likelihood of some regulatory liability arising as a result of the Petroleum Commission directing that channel partnerships or strategic alliances be formed for purposes of local content compliance. And then also, we wanted the protection of existing businesses formed, in the nature of joint venture companies. And the Minister has given us assurance through a letter that was written to the committee and dated the 15th day of February 2022. In that paper, in that letter, the minister assured the committee that the regulations prepared, the guidelines prepared by the Petroleum Commission will be made available to Parliament for us to scrutinize them to see the extent to which, if any, they have addressed the concerns of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister is here. We've had long deliberations with him and his teams on this matter, and I would wish that he would assure this House that the guidelines will be presented to Parliament through the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for vetting to ensure that the concerns raised by the committee have been adequately addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Yes, Charles.
I'm a member.
Let's hear your comment.
Yes. So, yes. Oh, very good. Yes, I know that as a fact. Yes. So, by necessary implications, Right Honourable Speaker, that bit about the annulment of the LI, it's not part of the report. Yes, I wanted that to be on record as of necessity expand. I'm grateful.
Well. Honourable members. Okay, former minister, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, the LI 2204 that was passed, as the Honorable Chairman Sebonsu and others were aware, we faced stiff opposition in its passage by a lot of foreign entities, foreign companies. Thankfully, we got the support and we finally passed it. The last 10 years, it has proven to be beneficial to Ghanaians in a lot of different ways. Obviously, after 10 years or so, there's the need to look at how it has performed. And so the need to basically do these amendments are important. And I think that it is all geared towards strengthening local capacity building, strengthening Ghanaians, especially to give them access to the upstream petroleum industry so that we can be in the forefront of this industry. But Mr. Speaker, the concerns that have been raised are very, very important, especially the role that the Petroleum Commission is going to have, the discretionary power that the Petroleum Commission is intended to be given.
You are debating the report. No, that's what we're doing. At the moment, if you listen to the chairman of the committee, with the greatest, well, let me. If you listen to the chairman of the committee, everything now is moot. You understand? All that you want to urge upon this is moot because it has transitioned into law. Yes. But now the assurances are going to come from the minister that the needful will be done. And therefore, I'm craving your indulgence that there's no need to run commentary on what has been concluded. I crave your indulgence. I know these concerns are matters that were raised. As of now, we have a law staring at our face. We can't do anything about it. And the necessity is for the minister to bring the guidelines so that it will assuage the fears of the committee. So please.
Well. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, the point I was making, thankfully I have engaged the minister. The minister listened to me. But it is important that because the minister is going to comment on this report, that these issues are brought to his attention so that in his conclusion, in his comment, in his assurance, we all know these are things that we've raised. They can come up. The minister must give us the assurance that there will be the flexibility that he will come back if there are any unforeseen circumstances. It's important.
Honourable member, well noted.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you've been indulgent because at this stage you are assuming your authority to have us relate to some of the issues that the chairman of the committee has raised, because we are masters of our own rules.
Other than that, at the presentation of a paper, these comments will not be required. The Speaker, the the report ought to have come earlier than yesterday, because the instrument has become operational. And he allowed the chairman to make some observations because of the discussions that have gone on. Now, the minister has agreed, as you yourself are aware, to come by some administrative measures to attend to the issues that have been raised. So at this stage, we cannot open the door for comments and commentaries. I think that was what the honorable member for Abuakwa South was relating to. So the minister would respond, because this is not the time. We are not at the consideration of the instrument or the consideration of the report. It's just the paper that has been laid. And it's moot if we are to be technical, because it's come into operation since midnight yesterday. But there are some critical issues that the minister has agreed to do upon the insistence of the committee, which is what the chairman has related to. So we now have to listen to the minister and then close the door. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Minister, let's hear you. Let's hear your comment and especially your assurance to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry and its agents, Petroleum Commission, have had long, varied conversations and communications with the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation as far as LI 2204 amendment is concerned. Mr. Minister, I first and foremost am a member of Parliament before anything else, and I must respect Parliament's authority to do certain things. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to give the assurance, which I've already communicated to the committee, that they should allow the LI to pass, which passed yesterday, and that based upon that, we would come to the House with the guidelines that we are drafting so that it is finished. Mr. Speaker, I want to put a record that this is a matter that will come to the committee of this House, Subsidiary Legislative Committee, to demonstrate that the issues that we raised are necessarily not even germane to the amendments that we are, but it goes to affect other parts of LI 2204 itself, because we don't seek to do anything against what is already prevailing. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana does not allow us in the law to go back and claim things that we don't even have power to do, and we would never do that. So I can assure this House that I'll do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the adopted report is duly presented and it is for the distribution to honorable members.
Yes, Speaker. Respectfully, I wanted to find out from the minister whether he can give us some timelines on the administrative guidelines that he says are almost ready for presentation. We need that assurance from the minister.
Very well. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Operation Drift is really affecting us because I think, as the deputy majority leader said, and that has been said on various platforms, our inability to pass the E-levy is paralyzing us. We are too much concentrated. We don't want to go to our constituencies, so we want to use the floor of the House in matters as mundane as assurance of time level. Mr. Speaker, when that question is put, I will duly answer it. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the concern of the committee really should relate to the committee behind the curtain being served with copies of the guidelines, so that you satisfy yourself that the issues that you raised have been addressed. That's not the timelines. Other timelines, it will come tomorrow. That is, if you pass the E-levy this night. But I think the important thing for you is to look at it, have a look at it to see if they address the concerns that the committee has raised, but not really the timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the Honorable Minister of Energy, and I got a little worried. I mean, because the request from the Honorable Member was a very noble one, and I think all he had to do was that, oh, I can assure you that within a month, the guidelines will be here. But he just took us to E-levy.
Anyway, yes. Leader, indication. Are we going to the question?
There was a commemorative statement, but I'll plead with my colleague if he could just accede. The minister, to be fair to him, he's been in the House for a very long time, so that we can deal with the sports minister's question, after which, that is not the only statement. There are other statements. There are two statements that we can take them together. So, Minister, we should take the sports minister's question. We should take the question. Yes, questions. Back to questions, Speaker.
Very well. So, honorable members, let's get back to the original of that paper, page 3. We get back to question time. And let me again emphasize on this. If the question is constituency specific, is the owner of the question who will have the chance to ask supplementary question. If the question is general, fine, we may extend to other members. So, question number 512. Question number 512. That stands the name of a member for Offenso South, Dr. Isaac Yao Okuku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the construction of the proposed AstroTurf in the Offenso municipality would commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to reiterate government policy on sporting infrastructure, the AstroTurf pitches are one alternative way of providing standard football pitches in selected communities in Ghana. There was a promise to construct an AstroTurf for municipality, and on completion, the facility is to be named in honor of the 9 juvenile footballers who met their untimely death on the 20th September 2020 on their return from player registration exercise towards the commencement of the lower juvenile league. Mr. Speaker, the chiefs of the area have consequently dedicated 29.5 acres of land for this project. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Poku, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister has rightly indicated, the construction of the AstroTurf is in remembrance of the 9 juvenile sports players who lost their life. Mr. Speaker, the people of Offenso are so expectant, and I'll be glad if the Minister can kindly indicate, give us some indication as to when the construction would start. The response didn't give any indication, as the question requested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister, an indication when the construction starts.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has started the process of engaging a contractor to go on site to start. But because the process is not completed, I cannot give exact timelines, but I can assure the honorable member that government is committed in making sure that we fulfill the promise for and name the facility in honor of the 9 juvenile footballers who lost their life during that accident. Thank you.
Yes,
Speaker, I'm most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move to question number 531.
Mr. Speaker, I have a supplementary question to this. Mr. Speaker, the land
that is specific constituency question.
Mr. Speaker, I have an adjoining interest. Mr. Speaker, the land made available, 29.5 acres, is huge. The construction of the AstroTurf itself will not take more than 4 acres. Mr. Speaker, plus if you want to construct a stand altogether, it will not take more than 8 acres, which will leave about 20 acres as fallow land. Can we have a promise from the minister that those other lands may be converted for some other sporting activities or to develop some small sports facilities for the offensive municipality?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that, yes, the land given by the chiefs of Offenso is 29.5 acres of land, and the portion that will be left, as and when government gets funds, will convert it to other sporting facilities. Mr. Speaker, these days, sports infrastructure or the AstroTurf pitch, we add a multi-purpose hall for other sporting disciplines like tennis and also badminton and boxing. So as and when we get funds, the other portion of the land will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's turn to question number 513. Question number 513. That stands in the name of Honorable Isaac Ashai Odampton, member for Tema East. Are you a member for Tema East or Wa West?
Mr. Speaker, he is my twin brother. A lot of people have confused the two of us. So today we are standing for you to see the difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the proposed date of completion of the management arrangement for the Manya Sports Stadium in the Tema East constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project was originally earmarked and usage by the end of December 2019. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the scheduled date was not met. However, Mr. Speaker, plans are in place to successfully complete the project. The facility will, among others, have a children playing ground, a multipurpose side court, floor light, spectator stand with seating capacity of 1,000 and also recreational center. Mr. Speaker, the contractors for the project are Wembley Sports Construction Company Limited. The financiers, the sports complex is a corporate social responsibility gesture by Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, which was initiated by the Tema Traditional Council and facilitated by the then Member of Parliament for Tema East and former Deputy Minister for Transport, Honorable Titus Glover. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the project management arrangement, the Ministry in consultation with the project stakeholders will come out with appropriate project management arrangement upon completion. The total project cost due to the initial project delay, the project cost is currently under review and it will be provided when completed. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it will be very important or appropriate for us to know the nature of the unforeseen circumstances the Minister is alluding to. In his response in paragraph 3, he makes Yeah, he refers to the fact that the project is a corporate social responsibility gesture from the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority out of the efforts of the Tema Traditional Council. And so this is a long-standing project, and we need to know what is occasioning the delay or the non-completion on time, because when I was MC of Tema, we cleared the land as far back as 2016. I led the Traditional Council to solicit for this support in that time as MC of Tema. And so everything to do with the land was ready. And we also do know that Ghana Ports and Harbours Authorities were the project financiers. And so we want to know what is occasioning or what is the nature of the unforeseen circumstance. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I've indicated that this project is financed by the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority. The ministry is just an overseeing ministry. So the unforeseen circumstances, I don't work at the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority. But this is the answer they've provided, that there are challenges, unforeseen challenges. So I can further ask the authority for further and better particulars. Thank you.
No, I do have a follow-up, but I want to find out if Mr. Speaker is admitting that he will be coming back with further and better particulars from what he just said.
Well, yes. Are you coming back to give them the member the information as to whether?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, upon inquiry, I will come back.
Anyway. So,
okay, Mr. Speaker, my second follow-up on that. The project, such a project obviously should have a management, project manager or a project management team. May I find out from the minister whether there is a project management team for the Manya Sports Stadium? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've indicated in my answer that the project management team, the ministry will consult all key stakeholders in this project and will come out with appropriate project management arrangements when the project is completed. So there will be a project management team in place as and when all the issues are resolved. Thank you. And the key stakeholders have indicated: Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, the Traditional Authority, you, the Member of Parliament, the District Assembly, and the then MP who facilitated for this project, Honorable Titus Grover. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to this constituency specific.
No, my third supplementary on this.
Very well, last one.
Honorable, the Right Honorable Speaker, this is a project that is has a lot of community interest, and it appears that the minister is now contemplating putting together a project management team for a project that has started as far back as 2019. If it is now recorded, and with your permission I read paragraph 4, the ministry in consultation with the project stakeholders will come, and I think that it doesn't address the question, because this project has been in existence since 2019. I recall somewhere on the 22nd of, let me check that, on the 22nd of July 2019, the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority issued the approval letter, and they did indicate that their engineers would be in charge in consultation with the Traditional Council. This has not happened, and I'm not surprised that there is this constant effort or attempt to rope in others outside the Traditional Council. So my third and final thought on this is that the minister did not state a specific date at which the project will be completed, and he has also not given us what is frustrating the project. I hope when he comes back he will address this. Thank you.
Well, when he comes back. Ni.
Sorry. Honourable Speaker, I will want to give a suggestion in this particular instant, because this is something that pertains to all of us, sports. Many a time, because this project is being financed by an organization outside, if the ministry does not really force them to compose the project management team, the project management team is different from the management team that we put in place after the project is completed. This one, the project management team, somebody, a representative, make up of a representative from the minister's office, will be briefing the minister constantly on the development. So that when a question is asked this way, the minister will be equipped with the information available to be able to. But many a time, because they are building for us, because it's a corporate social responsibility project, they do their own thing, they don't involve the ministry. And then I think this should be a lesson to all of us. And from today, all these projects, the minister must insist that somebody from the ministry sits on the project management team so that he will always get a brief on the progress of the project.
You are just giving advice. This is not.
Oh yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm helping my brother.
So very well. Thank you very much. So we move to question number 514. Question 514. Honorable,
Right.
you may ask your second substantive question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the contractors, financiers, and project management arrangement, including the total project cost for the Manya Sports Stadium.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project was originally earmarked for completion and usage by the end of
December. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the scheduled date has not been met. However, the plans are in place to successfully complete the project. The facility will, among others, have children playing ground, multi-purpose side court, floor lights, spectators stand, with seating capacity of 1,000 and recreational centers. The contractors for the project is Wembley Sports Company Limited. Financiers are for the stadium. The stadium complex is a corporate social responsibility gesture by the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, which was initiated by the Tema Traditional Council, facilitated by the then Member of Parliament and former Deputy Minister for Transport, Honorable Titus Grover. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the project management and arrangement, the Ministry in consultation with the project stakeholders will come up with appropriate project management arrangement upon completion. The total cost of the project, due to the initial project delay, the total project cost is under review and it will be provided when completed.
Honorable member, before you ask any supplementary question, let me indulge members that you allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal 2 o'clock time. So, honorable member, you may ask.
Yes, thank you. I do have some supplementary questions for the minister. I would want the honorable minister to reconcile his response in today's order paper against the response he gave on Wednesday, 8 December 2021, during the 25th sitting. And with your indulgence, I make reference to that. On 25th sitting, page 44. In that response, the minister used the Manya Sports Stadium under Ghana National Corporation project and indicated the cost of the project to be 1,199,065 Ghana cedis. Is the minister able to reconcile these two positions for us?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project cost, as I said, because the project at that time was awarded in 2019, and now, due to unforeseen circumstances, the project got stopped. There is a review that is currently ongoing, and it will change the cost. That's why I don't want to repeat the answer I gave the last time, because there is a review which is currently ongoing because of the delay in execution. But the financiers of the project, as I said currently, is Ghana Port and Harbour Authority. The GMPC, if it is GMPC which was stated in the previous answer, then it was an error. Thank you.
Very well. We turn to question number.
I still have supplementary. This is a very sensitive project in my constituency that I want to find out from the Honorable Minister. In his 5th paragraph, he indicates the plans to put in place a management regime for after completion. But I would want to submit to him and to get his response that given the fact that it is the Tema Traditional Council that pursued this project, it is only fair to recognize that effort of the Traditional Council led by the late Paramount Chief Nia J. Krakow. And so the cry of the people is that this edifice must be named after the late Paramount Chief who led the initiation of this project. And so I would want to find out from the minister, especially given that this is a corporate social responsibility, the financier cannot do it and still hold it if it is corporate social responsibility. My anticipation or expectation is that when completed, it must go to the people for the people to manage, and it must be named after the Paramount Chief, late Ni Ajay Krakow II.
Have you discussed that with the minister? No. And privately, have you discussed that with the minister? Anyway, minister, let's hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because the project the sponsors of the project is Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, I will have to do broader consultation with the sponsors of the project so that together we can all agree who to name the project after, and also to see the management, whether they will cede it to the traditional authority, because they are the sponsors of the project. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my third and final.
You've exhausted your time.
No, I'm entitled to 3.
You've exhausted it.
No, I've done 2. On this question, I've done 2, Mr. Speaker. I humbly plead. Thank you for the opportunity to ask my third and final. That is very core to the AstroTurf project in Tema. The first AstroTurf in Ghana was built in 2008, which is the Tema Sports Stadium. As we speak now, that AstroTurf is dead. It no longer serves its purpose. I hope that as we build more AstroTurf, the Tema Sports Stadium, situated in County 1, which had the first one and it's gone. We cannot leave it or abandon it and be doing new ones when that one has not been done. I want to put on record that sporting facilities in Tema have been taken away. This project's delay is affecting sports in Tema. And so
the question is,
my question is that
you answer a lot of commentaries. Just ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to inform my colleague, because I've been...
GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the sky's feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever. from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, our your Kora if I say as a chair woman, who send them, who come up from a champion to troubles in our coupon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on above the thick clouds. Clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism. To the Hawks, I mean your competitors, you embrace them all, hence they cannot endure, yet they fall. You evolve out of season, and you are a beacon of inspiration, flying across the African continents and beyond.
After going for a break in November, celebrating Xmas in December, and making way for the AFCON, which is now over, with fresh energy and profound synergy, we are back to leave a mark. Na afi ampaye beja, bese tefrahiasi no mutua obedaya. On this note, I welcome you to the maiden edition of Bloggers Forum for the year 2022. You're watching GhanaWeb TV. The show is also showing on Xylophone TV. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us. It's 60 minutes of unlimited entertainment. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. The show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza your way. And my guests are already seated by the Duchmo Boatin. Today, play Rose Mienu. And by the Duchmo Boatin is a columnist, and she is the PRO or the spokesperson for 3 music awards. Today we'll be discussing the 3 music awards, and so obviously you not see a Vida who is doing more analysis, but she will take a certain position, and yet they will be defending 3 music. Vida Akwaba. It's been a long time. Yes,
he share. Fresh energy for the year 2022.
Yeah.
A few years I feel so
I feel this year.
So I'm vicious. Vociferous. They say they are the darling angel. Darling angel. Me bana tabai sisi mechi. Na me bana me tu ferry sa.
David Mowley. David Mowley is with pulse.com, was with pulse.com.gh. He's now with Ghana4.com. Dave, you are fine. Who say, I don't know where it's just like, you know, when you work with radio station for so long a time.
Yeah.
What's the new one? Also, what's the old one? Any frequency?
The first half of January, mature date, 2021.
And some say 2022.
Or 2022. So, I mean, I agree with you. Okay.
Yeah.
But thanks for opportunity.
Ghana4.com kose.
Koye papa. But me person I can want to be Ghana bloggers. I'm because but I have a concern. Ye basho no swa cheesy pizza. Nanka at least what the back one
But
Mauli,
PR so be you ano. Yina no mami.
Nenti wada booklet. Edema coupon booklet I come to play.
Oh, and it's for my family. When here for show, what you say?
So di was set.
Sir,
okay.
Esa onkinya set.
Exactly. What say?
Right, so that's David Mauli. He's with Ghana4.com. So, you know, there have been a number of changes on the show. So previously, last year, after I introduced my guest, Amabroni will come your way with Nkomo. Now, Nkomo is a standalone program. The 10 minutes that he had on Bloggers Forum, we've decided to extend it. So it's now 30 minutes, a standalone program. Yeah, Nkomo is in channel. There are new things that are on the show. There is a segment that we call Free Your Mind, where I'll give my panelists the opportunity to, you know, say whatever they have on their minds. They want to get things off their chest. It's not something that I don't even know what they want to talk about, honestly, on that segment. And then there is the Vogue. Vogue is a lifestyle and fashion segment which will be presented by Everett. Say Everett in so, but Nina Elho. So we're going to have the Free Your Mind segment right after this. Right, so the Free Your Mind segment is on. Let me begin with Vida Educhumwa Boatin.
Yeah, boss.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about E-levy now. Yes, celebrities, and they are all taking a swipe and as a bite at it. For the first time in your discourse as a minor, we have celebrities, you know, stepping up, speaking about issues with. A bit more car, you can clearly see, say, they don't know what it is about. Talk less of, you know, having an opinion on it. So, December, celebrities, politicians, I said, say, they should be given a role to play. And yes, old fans new I said, say, Obi to say, Lumba say, Fana, you commission him to do the music for you, and that's it. Obi to say, Jacko, or a crowd puller. And now, so if you want to get to the grassroots now, he's somebody that you can use. But contracts when money almost signing because people don't understand the E-levy situation. Town hall meetings. The Obia say, yeah, but it's to free phone. So, but there are some intricacies we almost to mobile extreme trauma that people will know. So, what role are they playing? BB Bright, more. Any others no more follow suit, you know. I think it's about time my from sit down, give them the necessary notes. They should come on social media. They are no more canvassing for votes for the politicians. They should play a vital role. Send a bay or chinebi or konya position be obi mbebusa sana wo den now ye. Ebeka se ko twi mumume wo ka so ntini ama opposition. So the people want to know the details, and you have all the contacts. The big people, no, they are just a telephone call away. So get to them. And the politicians also, because we don't know whether they got paid or not, but put them to use because you see, and there's too much confusion in the system concerning E-levy. And I think they need to do more. And then Kwabna also, I think then they come back now, a year superb. I mean, be about the crafts, and I want to commend the manager Ashes for the good job all year with the artists. And you know, all hope is not lost yet. And say, for long, babima is difficult. I mean, you need to sit down and study strategies. Ashes the two tables, so to get Kwabna appealing to masses again. So I want to commend them for that.
David Mauli.
Okay, so we'll quickly touch on Kevin Boy. I feel like Kevin Boy is a hell of a talent, and he has a lot to offer Ghanaians, he has a lot to offer Africans, he has a lot to offer the world. But I feel that the support that he's getting is minimal. He's not getting a big support because Kevin Boy is on the level of Sajo Boy, but you see, Ghana, no, because of small beef on this Stoneboy, enough Stoneboy fans in what I say. And so I feel that the support that we are giving to him is small. is small, and is not really getting the full support of Ghanaians, and I think that he needs it. He needs it at this time of his career, and if we give it to him, he's going to go far. I feel we can do more. His manager is also doing well. I mean, the manager there, he already has the experience, but it all boils down to the support too. What I say, you have the experience and all that, but any pan a bit any pan a share any pan a local social media to talk about it, just like I'm also talking about it here. He has a new song, Down Flat. It's a crazy song. Yeah. Like we like I say official Valentine's song. A song no na say any akwa nyom pan the cause Valentine. But I didn't see that massive airplay, any rotation on social media. So I feel Kevin Boy is lacking the support from Ghanaians. I think that we should give him.
I disagree, though. I disagree.
If you mention support, exactly what do you mean? So, how do we support it?
I feel that the circulation is small. Right now, TikTok is the thing, okay? They have TikTok blew a lot of Ghanaian songs, okay? And so far, it's been like TikTok, I'm into TikTok, and right now it's a business venture. It's attending to say Instagram. Right now, if you don't pay, you cannot penetrate through TikTok. So we need influencers to carry your song and now the best idea now. No, unless one a couple of influencers and then they will be exactly your song for you near there. And I've done it for a couple of songs. I worked it last year. I've worked with a lot of TikTok influencers. Me personally, I have TikTok account with plenty of followers. It's what I'm saying. I know what I'm talking about. So I feel sometimes a woman say a pescana idea. What you say? We as bloggers sometimes we take money to post a song. I mean, I agree. I can't say we shouldn't take money, but you pay hosting service. What I say, electricity in your fee, fear now bills in your fee.
So could it be that or no in such a thing? Because there are people who have said that per their experience
with him.
Instead say obey free, no I expect to be later. On your intisadi any major. And we've heard some of these comments and for relationship with Kelvin Boy and other musicians and all of that.
And it's everywhere. I mean, amongst your siblings, crying, even though you're sibling, what I say, I can't but I mean, it happens, but it shouldn't prevent us from, giving our artists the necessary push. You want to say, but from our we should be able to praise the guy. We should be able to put the guy somewhere.
Support without
because releasing you hard to say a trend or Twitter. Right now Twitter you have to pay. Instagram you have to pay. TikTok never free. So TikTok right now you have to pay TikTok. I'm telling you, a lot of songs I hate they are paid for. And I know what I'm talking. Make me pull receipts. Maybe be actually and I say, I'm the better than a cause confusion after show. Make much receipt and everything. Make much say, the X amount of money back. When you notice a ball I said, then we make my hit to TikTok. What I say.
So is it that Kelvin Boy doesn't have the means to ensure sending your money back trendy?
So one thing is, I think he lacks the little financial support. Kevin Boy is not that big. More big, shows are in Amabo. Ghana too, we don't do the streaming well. Obia sorry, or call SoundCloud, or call YouTube, or call online where I can download the MP3. Only a few of us stream music on Apple Music. There are a lot of people boom play. Minyasho said they pay. Do they have a subscription? So people just go, they look for like free services to stream the music. We don't stream music. I want to say America there, if one person comes out and Kevin Boy and I hate Didi, get your boy Panda is still Didi. Your boy OT Genesis say why. He's still eating. He still goes to club. He's still chilling. He's still buying houses and all that because hit back one streaming no ye large streaming no so no a muska and quarterly royalties very then so one ton you mona use so one kasa you are connected to your own thing and you'll be making the money out of it. So I feel say Ghanaians, streaming, but streaming, and we are not there. So the next thing is, share. Obi born you more influencers, so you find your gym. But I say TikTok influencers, no, to amena menya more. When to amamia, I know who on one, and you just say any day, and any day, or no, so you find. But I think say. Generally, a bit more support and financially too, he needs support because he's not making money. Kevin Boy is not really making money. But, and also, one last thing that I want to touch on is just give me just 1 minute. Seconds. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. And he said, Nano, when Shatawale had the beef with Bernard Boy, okay, he made some certain statement on social media, and I think the CID on Sanchino. The issue. Ben, I'll refer to. On this CID already I'm issue or I'm on this Stoneboy issue no some way court and clear on way okay on sign for win cock and on your ear and say because me wait there I open do you want for now want
him to be arrested
and said Obienano he opened his mouth to say to call himself a rapist to admit say or only Bernard Boy repeal girl near there and imagine the influence that this guy has in Africa. Don't even say Ghana. Ever say so be America. At least Nigeria for half love music no Shatawale. Half of Nigerians who are like music enthusiasts, they know Shatawale. What I say. Imagine the weight that this guy carry, his words carry. And now work for social media to say that we report Oba and nobody is saying anything in this country. Say that? I mean say, of course he said it. He said it. Anna, open me first tweet me.
Yeah, I mean,
me first screenshot.
No, the tweet.
Move first screenshot. No, screen. Yes, say he's a rapist and he's working there. He's promoting rape culture and. If
I recall, Bernard Boy is behaving that way because he raped his girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. But why would you
even say that? No one is going to press charges. If there's no woman to press charges, say will be a raping, how are you going to get him arrested?
No, but I think that maybe if after this, and if you can get a lawyer to clarify this part, I would be glad. Right. Because it's uncalled for. Some statement don't make it. It's really uncalled for.
Vida, you wanted to say something.
I think, I don't really side with Mauli when it comes to Kelvin Boy. I mean, sir, break away from Stoneboy, you know, the Black Star album, it really did well. Yeah. So I thought it was a breakaway success for him. I think in your down flat, he's regional, like on TikTok, on social media, other social media platforms. And I mean, who in Kofor Chatter, he's sliding in. I think I have two bloggers, top bloggers, Krapoka say, and you might dominate first quarter, and they added down flat to it. Yeah. I don't think that bad. I think that the problem lies with the management. Black City, I relax it too much, Amami, because the vibrancy Nana or the Stoneboy Jumano. I don't think that that's the same way I echo with him. I don't know, so on recover from the shock of not working with Stoneboy Bima, but I feel so Black City didn't magic, you know, the two Stoneboys, so no two Kelvin Boys. So I think it's going to make it. But down flat, I think the first quarter it's part of the top songs at our country.
Okay, that's Vida Duchmo Boatin. Vida is a columnist. So what she has, all the things that she has said, she said so as a columnist, as a pundit, as an analyst. When we return, we are going to discuss 3 music awards, and she will speak as the PRO for 3 music awards. David Mauli is with Ghana4.com. I am Abrantipa. We take a quick break. When we return, the show continues.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.